Please rise. The October 26, 2022 meeting of Haliburton County Council is now in session. Warden Liz Danielson presiding.
Please be seated. Good morning, everyone. We respectfully acknowledge that the County of Haliburton is located in Treaty 20 Mississauga territory and in the traditional territory of the Mississauga and Chippewa Nations, collectively known as the Williams Treaties First Nations. We acknowledge a shared presence of Indigenous nations throughout the area and recognize its original Indigenous inhabitants as the stewards of its lands and waters since time immemorial. The only remarks that I'd like to make this morning is to offer my sincere congratulations to all the candidates who ran in the election and those who were successful in particular. But I'd also like to offer my appreciation to anyone who ran in the election across the county for their efforts that they put forward towards trying to help their communities. Could I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the agenda, please? Councillors DeVolen and Shell.
Moved by Councillor DeVolen, seconded by Councillor Shell. Be it resolved that the October 26, 2022 Haliburton County Council agenda be approved.
All in favor? That's carried. Is there any notice of pecuniary interest or general nature thereof? Hearing none, could I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the minutes of September 28th? Councillors Roberts and Kennedy.
Moved by Councillor Roberts, seconded by Councillor Kennedy. Be it resolved that the minutes from the September 28, 2022 meeting of Haliburton County Council be adopted as circulated.
All in favor? That's carried. Well, the next item on the agenda is a really pleasant item, and just to make Rob nervous and make him wait a few minutes, I'm going to go in order of seniority for years of service and save the best for last. So the first recipient this year is Terry Hogan. Terry is a master of the plow and an important resource of information about the Eastern County roads. Reliable and confident, you can depend on Terry to get the job done. Congratulations to Terry for your 35 years of service and dedication to the County of Haliburton Public Works Department. Thank you for being such a valuable member of our team. Terry recently retired, and we wish him all the best in his well-deserved retirement. The next recipient is Tom Watson. Tom can brighten your day with his smile and his knowledge and skills. Keep our roads, staff, and public safe every day. Congratulations to Tom Watson for your 30 years of hard work and dedication to the Public Works Department. New staff rely on your knowledge and experience every day, and we sincerely appreciate your hard work and efforts year over year. Thank you again for your many committed years of service, Tom. Next is Brad Nave. Brad has a positive outlook, and it shows in his work. His love for his work is only trumped by his love for his family. Congratulations, Brad, for your 25 years of effort and dependability in the Public Works Department. Through the years, your talents and hard work have contributed to our success, and all your chums have enjoyed working with you. Together, we take pride in your accomplishment and your commitment to the county. Again, thank you, Brad. And finally, we have Rob. Rob has had the honor of traveling every road in the county, and he is on a first name basis with the Blue Jays. He's always happy to help. He's probably changed most of the light bulbs in the building, and he can raise a flag with his eyes closed. And we get him to do that fairly often. Rob is also a dedicated health and safety representative, performing workplace inspections with his staff of authority. Congratulations on achieving this anniversary with us. We know you've worked hard for this accomplishment, and we truly appreciate your dedication.
And he's a Leaf fan, which is, Yes, absolutely.
You deserve it.
Thanks so much, Rob.
Okay, we have no business arising from the previous meeting. No delegations at this time. So Next up is the approval of recommendations from the Committee of the Whole. Anybody have any questions on the recommendations? Could I have a mover and a seconder? Councilors Burton and Ryle.
Moved by Councillor Burton, seconded by Councillor Ryle. Be it resolved that the recommendations from the October 12th, 2022 meeting of Haliburton County Committee of the Whole be adopted by Haliburton County Council.
All in favor? That's carried. So we have nothing from joint accessibility. Under administrative reports, first up, we have the health professional recruitment update. Is Wendy going to be presenting?
Yeah, Wendy's going to be joining us, and we thought it was important that near the end of your term, you see the results of her hard work. And so I think it's obvious we've been really blessed with two really capable people and passionate about what they do in Cheryl Kennedy and now Wendy. So with that, I'll just turn it over to Wendy to work through her report.
Good morning, Wendy.
Good morning. Good morning, Warden and council members. And thank you for this opportunity to present this update on physician recruitment. I know you all have a copy of the report, so I'll just hit on the highlights. The Harmony Road property lease has ended, and I was able to source another property that better meets our needs. So we have signed a 10-month lease on a property on Lake Kashigawigamog. So it's a 3-bedroom house, fully equipped. It's beautiful, and it really gives a more typical feel of lake living, which is what we really want for physicians coming to this area. We want them to see what it could be like to live here and give them a taste of lakefront living. We've had our first tenants in there, a couple that came from out of town, and they really enjoyed their stay and thought it was quite beautiful. The roadside signs, they were put up just before the start of summer this year. And I'm receiving a lot of positive feedback from the community, and which is great. I think people like to see that, things are being done for this cause. And more importantly, I received 2 solid leads from physicians who called after seeing these signs. So they were up here on vacation and noticed them and gave me a call. So that was great. Social media, I've started up 3 different accounts just to see if I can expand my reach. So I now have business accounts on Instagram, on Facebook, and also LinkedIn. And those numbers and that reach are growing, which is really great. I've got lots of work to do there yet, but it's been a bit of a learning curve, but it is moving ahead. I also secured some drone footage. This was done through a local drone photographer. And I really just wanted to highlight and just make sure that people that are, because it's so competitive now for physicians and where they can go, I wanted to show what was unique about coming here. And that is that our hospital is lakefront and that it's just a very lush and beautiful community. So these videos I'm using a lot on social media. They turned out beautifully. They're now on the physician recruitment website and also on the YouTube channel for My Haliburton Highlands. And then I'll do another one next summer that also shows the Minden Hospital. The new website, what we had before I came on was just one page on the county website for physician recruitment. Now we have a whole section on the My Haliburton Highlands website, which is getting a lot more attention. It's a lot more comprehensive, a lot more key details on there, and gotten over 500 clicks on that. So that seems to be getting good attention as well. And I continue to meet with the learners or the residents that come through the clinic. They have 2 or 3 at all times. So I make a point of meeting with each one of them just to talk about their goals for after residency, if they can see Haliburton in their future. And I also have all of them follow me on social media. So that gives me a chance to stay in touch with them a little bit more easily, and also provide updates about any key diagnostic equipment we might be getting, like a new CT scan or just anything that might be new that might entice them to the area. So staying in touch with these learners is really great. Recruitment events in person are now starting up again. So I have done one in Toronto, one in Kitchener. I have another one in Ottawa coming up the end of November, which is really great, just to be able to talk face to face with these residents that are finishing up residency, again, just to see if Haliburton could be in their future. And in the meantime, I've decided to utilize some of the assets, that is portable signs that I've had made, and using them within the community. So I'm putting these pull-up banner signs in key busy tourist events. And like, for instance, I put one at the Independence store during Thanksgiving weekend, and also at Dorset Tower over the 2 weeks over Thanksgiving. And then Haliburton Forest, they had an event up there, a race. So I'm using these signs and just putting them in key areas. And I'm also going to be speaking at the high school to university stream students, senior students that are actually streaming into the medical field. So there'll only be a small group of them, but I've been working with the guidance counselor about that, and just to talk to them about one of the ward candidates. I noticed that he said in his blurb in the paper, he said that if we can't find physicians, we maybe need to grow our own. And so this is part of that, that idea, is that we need to talk to these students before they start, to steer them back to our community after they're finished. So speaking of candidates as well, I am in touch with about 7 physicians now who are considering relocating to the Highlands. It is a long process, but staying in touch is part of the game, or the name of the game rather. So try to convey to them that I'll do, whatever it takes to help this transition be a smooth one and easy one. And that's the end of my update. Thank you very much.
Do members of council have questions for Wendy? Councillor Roberts.
Just a comment, this is an excellent report, and you're right, Mike, it's nice to see this at the end of our term, and you certainly are working hard and doing a lot externally and within the community as well. But my favorite part was that you went to the high school. I think that's really great. And even if you just inspired one student to be able to think possibly that they could go on and then come back and know what programs that we offer here at the county, financial incentives, because otherwise they wouldn't know that. So I think that's great. Good news.
Yeah, that's something that I'm going to be doing. I haven't gone yet, but it will be this fall. Yes.
Any other questions for Wendy? Thank you very much, Wendy. Excellent report. And I feel like you're really making solid progress.
I'm
Thanks
trying.
again.
Thank you very much.
Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive Wendy's report? Councillors Boland and Moffat.
Moved by Councillor DeVolen, seconded by Councillor Moffat. Be it resolved that Haliburton County Council received the Health Professional Recruitment Program Update Fall 2022 as information.
All in favor? That's carried. Thanks again, Wendy.
Thank you.
Next is the correspondence summary listing. Did any comments or questions, did anyone wish to support any of this correspondence? Okay, could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the correspondence report? Is there a comment? I'm sorry? The only thing that I wondered about was the letter from the municipality of Brighton asking for support to streamline government legislation for physicians. Councillor Roberts.
Yeah, it's too bad. Well, we had Wendy on the screen. If she could have just commented on that. I looked at that one too, and I thought, I don't know enough about it to say that I would support it. I don't know if it's been one of the stumbling blocks for getting doctors here. I'm not sure, but
maybe that's something that we can ask her about and put on a future agenda.
Sure.
Okay, could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the correspondence report? Councillors Kennedy and Ryle.
Moved by Councillor Kennedy, seconded by Councillor Ryle. Be it resolved that the correspondence listing for the period of September 19th, 2022 to October 17th, 2022 be received for information by Haliburton County Council.
All in favor? It's carried. Next is the winter maintenance agreements. If somebody want to speak to that or just,
Sil, I think, is Sil and or Robert. I'm not sure.
good morning, Sil. Again, you're on mute.
Sorry. Good morning, Warden Danielson and members of council.
So you're going to talk to us about our winter maintenance agreements?
Correct. Yes. The Public Works Department is pleased to bring forward a report regarding the annual winter agreements with the local municipalities. As you can see, in the analysis below, there's a slight increase on an average of 2.13%. And this is a process that we do every year. Is there any questions?
Any questions for Sil? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to accept the agreements? Councillor Shell and Moffat.
Moved by Councillor Shell, seconded by Councillor Moffat. Be it resolved that Haliburton County Council approve the winter maintenance agreements between the County of Haliburton and the local area municipalities, and that a bylaw be presented to Haliburton County Council to authorize the winter maintenance agreements between the 4 local municipalities and the county.
All in favor? It's carried. Thank you, Sil.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is a report on reserve allocations at this point in time. And you're going to join us.
Andrea will join us.
Good morning.
Good morning, Warden and Council. Following the discussion from the Committee of the Whole meeting, I've had the opportunity to review in consultation with our directors a number of 2022 budgeted items that won't be expensed this year. Once we were able to identify these items, we felt bringing the recommendation to the current council was important, as these are projects and or purchases approved by you. Within my report, we're recommending a number of transfers to reserve for projects that are being moved to the 2023 budget and or purchases that have been made, but delivery will not take place until 2023. Doing these transfers now will allow for more accurate surplus reporting as we approach year end.
Questions on the reserve allocations. First, Councillor DeVolen, then Councillor Roberts.
Well, not a question other than a comment that the three of you that I see are going to be here. It seems with some quick math, this is a couple of $1 million. It'll give you a nice start on your 2023 budget. And thanks for bringing this to our attention for us to endorse your recommendations on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Roberts.
Yeah, 2 comments. One is, the theme here is that vehicles and that sort of thing that we're wanting to purchase, we're seeing this in Dysart as well, are not coming in still, it's going to take a long time to get those. So those aren't necessarily extra money. They're not getting the vehicle in 2022. So it'll be received in 2023 and then spent then. But so I think going forward, we have to maybe start getting in the request for purchases even farther in advance from what we used to think. And one little other comment is on the accessibility. I know it's a small amount in there, but it says unused 2022 project. What was the project specifically? I don't recall.
So that is the sustainability number, I guess, for accessibility, for project monies for the committee to use as they choose to. The committee has Since COVID hit, the committee has slowed down a bit, but I believe Mike can maybe speak to this more, but I believe they have started meeting again, and we would like to keep that money allocated to the accessibility committee for any projects that they want to move ahead with next year.
I think my recollection is that the committee was really looking at doing augmentative communication boards in a park in each local municipality, ultimately to be expanded to a library in each of our local municipalities. And then a third phase to that, we were hoping, is to get into our healthcare facilities to deal with, I know Councillor Moffat was passionate about aphasia and other sort of disabilities like that. So the goal is to build on that over time, but we're starting with parks, one in each of the local municipalities, expanding to libraries, hopefully, and then into healthcare facilities after that.
Any other question on the reserve allocations? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to approve these transfers? Councillor DeVolen, Councillor Kennedy.
Moved by Councillor DeVolen, seconded by Councillor Kennedy. Be it resolved that Haliburton County Council receives for information the October 26, 2022 staff report on the interim reserve allocations and approves the transfers to reserves as outlined in the report.
All in favor? It's carried. Thanks so much, Andrea.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Next up is planning and environment. Good morning, Mr. Stone.
Good morning, Madam Warden and rest of council. Thank you for allowing me to present on the planning monthly update. It's the standard report that we present. The only thing I want to point out too, and it's exciting news, is related to the Haliburton floodplain mapping project. The province reached out to us yesterday for some clarification on a couple of our financial estimates for the work to be done by the Conservation Authority. We connected the Conservation Authority with the province. They had a discussion yesterday, and Corey Harris is going to present them with a more detailed financial report on the project going forward. So we're hopeful that the province will see fit to approve our funding requests. Thank you.
Questions on the planning report? Councillor DeVolen and Councillor Roberts.
Yeah, you know, some of these initiatives are so long from the events that happen that bring them about, and they take you back to a flood in Minden and much of the rest of the county in 13 and subsequent ones that we've had, and the things that have flowed from then. And certainly the infrastructure that was mainly done by the federal government is to be commended and has helped, but certainly the LiDAR mapping and the flood mapping, certainly with infrastructure and operational changes, it proves it, but better flood mapping that will flow from this is a wonderful thing. And I'm really excited to hear that as soon as, or as late as yesterday, that you had that communication from the government. I'll say this on my last time in a real business meeting of county. This is a principal reason that I got involved in municipal politics, is this particular file, and to see that even till today, and I'm sure far after, as these mappings are done, the practical things with respect to official plans and or any other things that we need to do will flow from this. So thank you for the work and that your predecessors have done. And I feel that on that file, I can leave into retirement from this business, knowing that this is in good hands, and we've come an awfully, awfully long way in 8 years. So thank you very much.
Councillor Roberts.
Okay, just didn't know if anyone wanted to comment further on Brent's topic because this is different. Just in that first paragraph under the planning office, it talks about the anticipate the council will consider approving a local official plan amendment. I can tell you, one is coming from Dysart. Can you refresh me on the process and the approximate time that will come forward? And is it a council decision? And can you just update us on that?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Warren, to the rest of council. With regards to local official plan amendments, the county council is the approval authority. And so it's up to Dysart to assemble the official plan amendment package. And that's basically outlines what the municipality did to sort of process the application and meet all the legislative requirements through the Planning Act. And then they'll forward that up to the county planning department for review. And we basically go through and check things out for consistency with the provincial policy statement and conformity with the county official plan. Prepare a report, present that to council for decision. And then after that, once the decision is rendered, then we'll notify concerned citizens and the public with regards to the county decision. Timelines, it all really depends on when we receive the application. We try to work in month increments. If we get it early in the month, then we try to schedule it. If there's no issue, schedule it for the next county council meeting. We haven't received the package yet, and so I'm anticipating if we do present on this file, it'll be in December.
I really appreciate that. Thank you.
The only question that I had was about the development charges study and what you see as the timing associated with that.
Yes, thank you, Madam Warren, to the rest of the council. We're anticipating, if the new council will allow us, to have the consultant prepare a sort of an update to the project where they're at the December council meeting.
If I might, again, so through this process, we have uncovered a couple things that are good news stories, but create challenges for us. So as a foundational document in a development charges study, you can either use asset management plans and or population projections. We have blown through more than a decade's worth of population growth in the last 2 years. And so in order to proceed with the study, we really need to circle back and redo those population projections. That will require additional investment if council wants to proceed with that. So we'll be coming to the next council to give an update on the project and to basically outline options to move forward. So the other thing is that yesterday we heard about changes to the planning, a lot of planning regulations, and some of the development charges or development fees are noted in some of the documentation we saw yesterday. We have to circle back and make sure we have a good understanding of what the implications are to our process or to any potential development charges council may choose to implement in the future. So it's an evolving sort of field right now, but we are seeing as we do our budgets, we're seeing a lot of implications or a lot of impacts because of our population growth. And so this is just one of them. There are many others. I'm thinking of our health unit allocation as one of the things. There are so many positives to growth, but it does create some challenges for us as well.
Councillor Bowman.
Well, and just to tease that thread a bit further, the realities of the population growth and the rate that it is and the challenges it is, and I'm going to circle back to impact. Those rates are based on now very, very dated, and that's the lifeblood of municipalities. Like they're robbing of us of our money to fund this growth. We're a couple more years before that, and who knows at what rate they will or will not roll out those increases. And I know nobody wants to hear that about tax increases for us as ratepayers, but the reality is, with the limited powers that we have of taxation and municipality, this is our lifeblood. And I think that you as returning members of county council and staff, I really think you need to, through the Warden's Caucus or whatever that's the most appropriate mechanism, to go back at that they're really, really painting municipalities like we have in the county in a corner with holding off bringing these impact assessments that are current. They're becoming so dated that they're almost irrelevant. So just, I know I'm beating a drum that nobody wants to hear, but I think
We want to hear it.
I just think there's challenges there. And in the absence of that, I don't know what you're going to do.
I think it'll be interesting to see the amount of traction that this development charges study does get with the new council. Councilor Rao.
Yeah, the thing too is the growth in population since the pandemic came is just astronomical with relation to trends that had taken prior to that. And what we're picking up from what's happened in Highlands East in 2022, that's not changing. It's basically stayed the same, and they're projecting 23 is going to be just as bad. So I guess good if you want to look at it from the point of view of growth. But having said that, the pressure that's going to be placed on infrastructure, the whole concept of how we do business is now and forever changed. If we do not get involved with what needs to be done, we'll be trying to catch up to yesterday, tomorrow. And to me, although I am not in favor of putting additional charges on anything, I don't see how we're going to avoid development charges in some way, shape, or form going down the road, because we're just not going to have the facilities to handle what we currently will be needing. And it's unfortunate, but it is a sign of the times.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on the planning department update? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the report? Councillor Roberts, Councillor Moffat.
Moved by Councillor Roberts, seconded by Councillor Moffat, be it resolved that Haliburton County Council received the October 26, 2022 staff report entitled Planning Department Update for information.
All in favor? It's carried. Next on the agenda is a request for extension of a draft plan of approval for a subdivision. Do you want to speak to that, Mr. Stone?
Yes, thank you, Madam Warren, to the rest of council. This matter was before county council this time last year. Good news is that they're very close to registering their subdivision agreement with the municipality. They just need a few more weeks to iron out some of the details, and that's why the request is being made. It'll extend the approval to this time next year. The conditions which are appended to the report are unchanged, save and except for the date change for the lapsing date, which is in 2023. Thank you.
Questions or comments? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the report? Councillor DeVolen and Burton.
Moved by Councillor DeVolen, seconded by Councillor Burton, be it resolved that the October 26, 2022 staff report on the request for extension of draft approval of a plan of subdivision file number 46-T-12001 be received for information by Haliburton County Council, and that Haliburton County Council amends the approval of the draft plan of subdivision submitted by Catherine Gonson for lands located in part of lot 33, concession 6, geographic township of Dysart, part of lot 1, concessions 5 and 6, geographic township of Dudley, now in the municipality of Dysart et al., to extend the lapsing of draft approval to November 24th, 2023.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. So next you're going to talk to us about a planning technologist for lake health monitoring.
Yes, thank you, Madam Warden, to rest of council. Just to point out the background of the report, council gave staff direction to investigate the creation of lake health monitoring program, and this report is a deliverable to that direction. In essence, what the lake health monitoring program in its infancy would do is assemble all information associated with lake monitoring or water quality activities that are occurring within the county. It would assemble information from the province, the Ministry of Natural Forest and our Natural Resources and Forestry. It also would assemble things, water quality information from the Ministry of the Environment. And then it would seek out information that's being assembled or collected locally by cottage associations, lake associations, and even groups like ULink, which is presenting later in the agenda. The first opportunity that we see is really to have a technologist assigned to assemble that information. And that information ultimately would form the basis for annual reports prepared by myself to be presented to County Council. With that, I can answer some questions if you'd like.
Questions? Councillor Moffat.
Thank you. Yeah, I like the idea of the précis that you just provided about, assembling the information, but the wheels fall off the bus a little bit for me in some of the report. It feels a bit cart before the horse. The shoreline bylaw is not a done deal yet. If the shoreline bylaw is adopted only by 3 of the 4 lower tiers, what would the impact be? We do, and I will confess before we even get there that I've attached the wrong report for the Watershed Council suggestion, so that's coming back. So excited about life, I guess. So in terms of, in the background, we talked about, it says Lake Health Monitoring Program, establish recommended targets for naturalization. So I certainly understand what those words mean, but are we back to what was one of the big sticking points with the shoreline bylaw is that in any way going to end up being some, mandatory renaturalization or incentives toward that? What would that look like? How would that be funded? Where is that going to come from? And I know that a person in a position like this would work on that, but these are just sort of the questions. And if targets for naturalization are determined, so it's sort of circles back to it, and then what is that part of that? And I think that was a big. No, I know that was a big part of the shoreline. Some of the concerns there. I don't understand in the program deliverables numbers 3 and 6. I'm not understanding how rural transit and the service delivery review are in any way directly connected to lake health monitoring at all. And with all due respect, it just kind of felt like this is a bit of a catch-all of things that need doing, kind of got all stuck in the same place. So I have lots more. My bottom line is that the big one too is having a person who would be designated to communicate with and address any lake health concerns. I'd like to register my complaint about Eurasian water milfoil in Beach Lake. And what would the county possibly do about that? Nothing, because we don't have authority to do anything about that. So would that person, if something like Eurasian water milfoil was decided to be of concern, would we talk to Jim Miners from the Dragon Spruce Association, because they're the ones working with the MNR to try and, you know what I mean? Like there's connect the dots there for things that are already happening. And we've talked over and over through the shoreline bylaw that there are many things that are impacting our lake health over which we simply do not have any jurisdiction. And to have somebody who's designated to receive concerns from the public about lake health, unless you're going to specifically say what it is, I think that's a very slippery slope to no man's land. My bottom point is, I think we're headed in the right direction, but I think it's too soon. I think we need to get the shoreline bylaw to where it's going to be, and that will remain with a different group of people. See about a watershed council and if and where this role would fit inside that. Is the county prepared to take on this big role, and what more specifically would it look like? Determine what the person really can and should be doing in terms of like the lake health issues. I think it's far too broad as has been presented today. And then I didn't see a connection to too much to the ULinks. We had talked about when we did the service or the agreement with ULinks that the ULinks project will be looking for a home in a couple of years. So to me, this kind of role that lives at the county would be a natural transition to that. And I'm pretty sure that's what the ULinks folks are hoping as well. There's a lot of machinations that has to happen between that idea and that coming to fruition. And there is a role for a body of persons to participate in a greater community-based roundtable similar to Muskoka's to help formulate and see this through. So I think that kind of concludes my comments. I think we need something like this. I think this is too specific, too soon, and some parts of it are absolutely unachievable within our jurisdiction. But no, I don't mean any, look at Steve's face. I'm not trying to be mean, Steve. Sorry. I'm sorry for being mean about your report.
We can reallocate the funding to therapy.
For Steve.
No,
We'll start with you. Like I would have a few comments to make about that myself, but to go ahead with Councillor DeMolin and then Councillor Roberts.
I concur completely with my colleague. And I think in the interests of staff and politicians, when a bunch of these pieces in the right chronology of when they roll out, I think it's important, and I must be stealing Councillor Moffat's notes about communication. I think there's a whole education process that's necessary for the people in the county to know what is and is not doable at the municipalities in the county. I think there's all sorts of things, and we got into it a little bit with the shoreline preservation bylaw from comments from my colleague, Councillor Kennedy here about water and spawning beds and whatever. There's a labyrinth there that's been duly noted, and to get them right and in the correct order, I think is really important. Having said that, the fact that we're going to need some data collection and coordination there, absolutely. What it's going to be is too early in the development, but I also think you'll do yourself a disservice from staff and politicians if the public doesn't truly understand what levers we do and do not have here. I think most of them are greatly misinformed or have no information to basis, and there's no use raising false expectations about the magic wand that we might have here. And certainly the notion of a watership council and those other bodies and groups are an important part of this. And this looks like about step 9 or 10 in a Gantt chart, not step 2 in my chronology, the first one being the shoreline protection bylaw.
Councillor Roberts.
So this is what I love about county council is that we're all entitled to our own opinion, and it's just interesting. We know how I voted on the shoreline bylaw. I basically wanted to pause on it, but it passed. And the issue with delegation of authority is the bylaw will be in place on the date April 1st, 2023. The only thing at question is what will future Dysart Council do in terms of the delegation of authority. They either have to administer the bylaw themselves or delegate the county to administer it. The bylaw is in place. So in my mind, take that out of the equation. It is funny because this is the exact sort of position that I was in favor of back in April of this year. And so I am in support of this. I think first of all, the 7 points, this is within the planning department. That's not the job description. This is what the planning department is going to be responsible for in 2023. So this role to me is exactly where I think the county needs to go forward in promotion and this person. So this isn't the job description. We don't see the job description here. The job description will be brought back. Pardon me? It's attached. Well, I support this position. And I think this is exactly the kind of thing that the people that I heard from that were not in support of the shoreline bylaw, but were in support of promotion of healthy lakes and communication. And I don't see how we can expect that to happen without a person being able to do that. So I would support this.
Well, okay, go ahead, Councillor Kennedy.
Okay. when I first read this, I thought this is a great idea. And then the more I looked at it, I come up with similar phrases that Councillor Moffat has used. And then actually what you used, Steve, is infancy. And I had also circled 2, 3, 5, and 6 as I didn't think we were relevant to this position. And then when I read the climate change considerations, I thought there's the perfect fit for the initial development of this program. And I would support that review with our climate change coordinator to add some of these duties to her roles, and then come back when we formalize and solidify some of the other things. But I think we're in the right direction, as Councillor Moffat, Wallen has all said. I just think it's premature at this time.
I have got to agree with Councillor Roberts. This is actually something that we agreed to and asked for. It does need to be budgeted. There's so many things that we heard during the shoreline preservation bylaw process that were outside of what we were able to include in the bylaw itself that I think need coordination, further investigation. We've asked for education. We need a lot of coordination. You know, we've talked about a watershed council. We've talked about a relationship with ULinks that will evolve, and all those things need to be coordinated. We don't have the bodies here to do that. So, you know, while there may be some changes that you might like to make to this, I personally see this as something that's a real step forward to support the work that we've done on the shoreline bylaw, and to support those things that people have been asking for outside of the shoreline bylaw that will help. I mean, we talked about, you know, restoration. Are we going to enforce restoration, or are we going to put incentives into place for restoration? Those are the sorts of things that this individual can investigate. You know, anyway, that's my 2 cents worth. We'll just go with Councillor Schell and then Councillor Moffat.
Thank you. So when I first saw this on the agenda too, I was like, oh, this is exciting. This sounds great. And then I heard Councillor Moffat's points and I thought, well, maybe she's a little bit right on this, but I'm happy to default to the staff recommendation at this time. If that's what staff is feeling we need to move forward to put all these pieces in place, then I'm also happy to do that. I'm seeing both sides of this.
Mm-hmm. I would like to ask, are we talking about a permanent position, or are we talking about a contract or a term position here?
Well, to aid in the discussion of council, it really, as I described it in the report, this would be one of the building blocks for a more fulsome lake health monitoring program. So my experience at Seguin Township, we had a water quality monitoring program that was administered by two directors, and we hired staff, seasonal staff, to go out and do all the sampling. But the reporting stayed in-house, and it was done with myself and the senior planner. And that's what I see this eventually evolving into, to have more of a program that's very similar to what you see at the Muskoka district. There would be a permanent, it would be a permanent position. They'd be responsible for, monitoring, assessing water quality and social impacts around the lakes, looking at programming to encourage renaturalization of degraded shorelines, all the things that they do at Muskoka Lake. So this would be what this position really does sort of within the first year, would be looking at available information, assembling that, and looking for information gaps related to lake health. And then from there, we would sort of explore in year 2 is to explore how we can fill those information gaps, and develop a more fulsome lake health monitoring program.
Back to Councillor Moffat and then Councillor Royal.
Yeah, thank you. And by saying what I did about it being cart before the horse and there's things to sort out, does not mean I don't support the creation of the position. The position as described is not there yet. So to Councillor Roberts' point, yeah, we all agreed to this early in the spring. And something like this is a huge step forward, and it does need to happen. There are some cautionary notes, in my opinion, in here that cannot be ignored or left off somewhere in the negotiation. So as everyone knows, my little baby here, which I've just stabbed myself in the foot about it, is getting this council hopefully to approve the idea of a watershed council that the next council would then grow into fruition based on the other existing programs that are similar. And there needs to be a linkage between what this person would do if the county is going to own and operate water quality management. Okay, that's great. This doesn't tell me what that's going to look like yet. And I think as long as there's ongoing consideration of some moving pieces that are going to need to be redefined or added or subtract or morphed in some way, as this stands, it's not what we need, but it is definitely a good start. But there are things you can't have a designated representative to communicate to address lake health concerns, because the only answer is, I'm sorry, you'll have to call the ministry. So don't set a trap. Don't create your own setup for failure in using language that cannot be upheld at the other end. So as long as we appreciate that this is a starting point and that the words and the duties and the outcomes can be massaged as other things come forward, things we learn from the shoreline bylaw, things we learn from if a watershed council ever, magically appears, as long as there's that continued commitment to massaging what this job does and what the outcomes are based on the changes that are going to come. That's lots of words.
I can see that there will need to be some evolution associated with this role. And, as to having to respond to the public to say, well, you'll have to call the ministry. Maybe that's part of what the public needs to hear. They don't understand what we can and cannot control. And this person can say, here's what we can do. Here's what we can't do. But we can also, they could also bring to this council suggestions about what we might take to upper levels of government to try and work on some of these programs. Because, we constantly talk about wake and, all sorts of issues associated with transportation. Maybe this person can help in some regards with respect to that. Did Councillor Ryle, you had some comments?
Yeah, I think that the whole idea of what everybody said here so far pretty well sums up where we stand. And some of the issues are definitely going to have to be dealt with in greater detail through the shoreline preservation bylaw. Examples of the main example will be, rehabilitation of shoreline. I mean, that's going to have to be dealt with. I would prefer at this point in time not to make that the focal point of what we're going to be doing. It's going to be a byproduct of what happens when the shoreline preservation bylaw has more teeth and so on and so forth. However, it doesn't get around the problem of herbicides, insecticides, the whole concept of how septic and programs, erosion in general, and how we can go about controlling and or delegating them to the bylaws that may or may not be in place that aren't being effectively either implemented and or defined, depending on what it is. Example of one that's not properly defined at this point, in my mind, is septic inspection programs. They need to be really rethought and done. We had discussions over wetlands as to what is and what is not a wetland. Maybe we need to recognize wetlands within our own county. And a person of this nature might be someone who could do that. And obviously from all of that is the impact on the official plans of the 5 jurisdictions that are going to be involved here. So would I support someone to come on board? The answer would be yes. Am I supporting the job description as it currently is defined? No.
Councillor DeVolen.
The good news is we're all on the same page. We need to do something in this regard. And whether it's this council or the next one, I don't expect that their interest will be any different than ours in this regard. I fundamentally have a hard time with what I would call an incomplete job description. To go to the market and to hire somebody that's in a state of evolution, I think is a recipe for a disaster. And whether it's a piece of the puzzle with respect to the Watershed Council or any of the other elements that will involve into this, I guess that's my biggest stumbling blocks. I would have a really, really hard time giving approval to a job description that I know at the moment isn't what the job is going to all entail, and that may not be a sticking point for others, that it can be more malleable, but my history has been when that's the case, it usually doesn't lead to a winning outcome.
Councillor Robertson, Councillor Moffat.
Yeah, I go back to my support for this job description and for this role right now, to see how busy the planning department and how many things we keep on adding to the planning department, such as, and we're going to talk about later, like short-term rentals and everything else. And I don't see, to me, this isn't the cart before the horse. This is the first step. However, it doesn't seem like there's much support or enough support right now to be passing this recommendation. So
We don't know that yet.
I don't know that yet, but I'm getting a feeling. We'll see. I'm saying that I am in support of it today, but I would think that then staff would need very clear direction. If there isn't the job description that some counselors are expecting in here, it is difficult to, when you are creating a brand new job or brand new position, to put everything in there, then counselors need to give staff clear direction to bring this back perhaps in December or November, I guess they have a council meeting, so that staff know what are there things in this job description that should be left out, or what things needed to be added. Because I haven't heard anything concrete to give Steve Stone direction of to change the job description myself.
Well, we're not quite there yet. I beg your pardon? I'd like to speak if you don't mind.
Certainly, but I see Mr. Stone's hand up.
What I was going to say is that the resolution does not accept the job description. And it was one of the things that I was going to recommend, is that we can approve in principle, which is basically what this resolution is saying. Ask for a job description to come back to, we have a special meeting next month, at which time we could look at that and decide whether that meets our purposes or not. We haven't heard from Councillor Burton, and we'll go back to Councillor Moffat.
Thank you. I certainly do support the job. I do feel we are a bit premature, but the job description, we could have a look at and probably have that resolved.
Councillor Moffat.
I had written that down. Can we work a little bit on the language and bring it back to the 9th? My erroneous report. There's not really much discussion today, so that I have already asked the CAO if that can come back on the 9th. And I think there's a connection there. And I think what's very important, and I admit it's very important to me, is that this kind of work is the time is nigh for this kind of work to be happening here. What it looks like specifically, I'm not quite convinced of. I think it needs to be in next year's budget, absolutely, but not specifically this. So I'd like the opportunity to have a deeper conversation about what a watershed council might look like, knowing full well that the next council could say, we're not interested in that. But you want to make sure you've got a safety net built in so that this position can either be the county's liaison to the watershed council, or can be a standalone position should the watershed council not ever come to fruition. So I'm looking for a couple of those get out of jail free cards in terms of language and definition of job, so that, to Councillor DeVolen's point, you don't end up creating a job that is either inachievable or unachievable, or is not what you hired somebody to do, because you haven't left enough of those possibilities in there. So I think because I agree with Councillor Roberts, because we do have a meeting. I don't know that the next meeting in November was supposed to be much of a meeting, but it's still, it's a scheduled meeting. And I would like to see both those things come back and be married a little bit, with the option for them to work together or to be standalone. Thank you.
Councillor Ryle and then Councillor Kennedy.
I listened very carefully to what Steve was saying too. And one of the things that he kind of sort of, sorry, Steve, you're talking like you're in your third person, you're not here, but was that
You'll
the
get an
first year,
opportunity to speak.
the first year, we were looking at a tremendous amount of investigation, from which in the beginning of the second year, we were going to start to implement a lot of stuff. So an option which I would consider as possibly a great way to go is a contract person for a year, which we would then use to develop and investigate all of the stuff that we've talked about today. And at which point in time, we can then make a decision, because by then we'll have a much better understanding and knowledge of how the shoreline preservation bylaw is going to be implemented and working, and the kind of things that are going to come out of that, both good and bad. And then from there, we can decide where the other things are going to go. So I don't think it's the cart before the horse. I don't think things are there. I just think that there is a synergy that at the moment just doesn't exist. And when you put the two together, it sounds to me about a year from now is when we're going to be in a really good position to make a decision. It is going to be very, very, very influential and it's going to affect us for a long time to come.
Councillor Kennedy.
Thanks. And I really like your reference, Madam Warden, when you said you wanted to see a revised or tightened up job description coming back, because the one note I had was when Councillor Moffat and I sort of have been on this tangent about a watershed council for, it seems like 4 years. I was thrilled, but I saw no reference in this report to a watershed council, unless I missed it. And so I think that if we could clear that up, the relationship that Councillor Moffat spoke to, is it to work with the council or by itself, whatever?
Sorry,
Mr. Rutter, go ahead.
I guess I would just say staff were in a bit of a catch-22 around that, because we don't have any direction from council. We know there's been conversation about a watershed council and the creation, but there is no direction. So to make a direct connection to that in a report, we were just a little concerned that we would be overstepping, and we didn't want to do that. So I think, if I might, the other thing about a contract position or whatever, we typically do it in the reverse order. We agree on a job description, we develop a job description and say that's the job, and then we say, okay, is that a permanent position or is there a potential? And particularly if there's a potential that job description will evolve over time, we would then look at that and say it's probably most appropriate for it to be a contract position. So those are the things we take into account, but generally the job description is the starting point.
I mean, you will see in the report that there is a reference to the Watershed Council in this individual investigating the feasibility of it. So some working with it. So Steve, back to you. You've heard an awful lot of information. Any thoughts, further information, rebuttals that you'd like to make?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Warden, to rest of council. I do appreciate all the sort of discussion and the ideas, and I honestly share your passion and I think your vision to how the program will evolve, and I really am sincere about that. I see this as a stepping stone to the discussion. It's presented to you as an administrative position, really to go out into the hinterlands of information and pull out all the information we can on what's happening within the county with regards to lake health. And that information will be sort of assembled so that we can do a SWOT analysis, in our first year. And to Councillor Rael's point about where we might see ourselves in year 2 or year 3, is really very similar to what council considered last year when we looked at sort of our workload for the planning department and some of the additions that you allowed to occur. I see that, I see sort of going forward in the first year will be my task to sort of synthesize that information for council to consider, and then expand upon council's vision for such things as a watershed council. As I said, in my experience at Seguin, I was a staff liaison to Muskoka District's Watershed Council and met on a monthly basis and listened to what they were doing from a policy encouragement at the district level, and that filtered down into such things as policies within the Seguin official plan as it related to development, shoreline protection, and water quality maintenance. So that's where I see this position being as something to really figure out where the holes are and the information that has been collected, and then come up with a strategy in year 2 to really, build a much more robust program. So that's why we presented it as an administrative position this year. Thank you.
The resolution itself is endorsing the concept of creating this position. It's earmarking some money in the budget for the position. So I think if council would agree to it, we could probably pass the resolution as it is and add a sentence about asking that a job description be brought back to our special meeting. Does that sound reasonable to everybody? Could you recraft that a little bit? You already have.
I have done so.
There you go.
So here's what I have drafted. The original resolution, be it resolved that the staff report on the planning technologist lake health monitoring program dated October 26, 2022 be received. Haliburton County endorsed the endorsed the concept of creating a lake health monitoring program in order to monitor and report on the health of Haliburton County's lakes annually, and that Haliburton County Council request that the job description be amended to incorporate the comments provided to staff to be presented at the November 9th, 2022 special meeting of council, and that Haliburton County Council endorse staff's recommendation that the funding for an administrative position, planning technologist, for the proposed program be considered for inclusion in the 2023 budget.
Do I have a mover and a seconder for that? Councillor Moffat, Councillor DeVolen. And all in favor? That's carried. Thank you. I'm just looking at the time. So if we can do the next item, the contract renewal for Kestrel Forestry, and then maybe have a break before we dive into short-term rentals. So if you want to speak to the Kestrel Forestry contract.
Thank you, Madam Warren, to the rest of council. So this is a contract renewal for Kestrel Forestry to really deal with 4 areas at the moment: shoreline tree preservation bylaw, so the enforcement of that, the issuance of tree harvesting permits as part of the harvesting bylaw, weed control as they occur around the county, as well as the rail trail monitoring activities. With that, the council will know that there is a modest increase in the service rate, and that's really reflective of not having an increase over the last 2 years. Thank you very much.
Questions, Councillor Kennedy?
Yeah, I have no issue with this. Just maybe an update, Steve, if you, the Kawartha ATV Association worked with Kestrel, and I believe our own local one on partnership of education on the rail trail. Any update on how that program went?
Well, the only thing I noted is that there was some discussion about updating the signage most recently, and there was some back and forth between our group and the association and the municipalities just in regards to side-by-sides. So I think they're communicating. They're just trying to clarify what types of vehicles are allowed on the trail, and signage will be posted to reflect that.
Steve, I'm sorry, I should maybe know this. Does the agreement refer to the number of times that Kestrel would report to council?
No, it doesn't. That's something that's iterative between myself and James.
Okay, it just appears to me that there's not a lot of information provided to us throughout the year. I think maybe we've had an annual report, and there might be you might bump that up a little bit.
Sure. I know he did present. It might have been in August that he did that presentation. So yeah, but that can be done.
Councillor DeVolen.
Yeah, I would just to note to you, Steve, and council going forward, the subject of the rail trail and ATV was a very hot topic item in the mayoral race in the city of Kawartha Lakes. And with the new council that's there, and whether they change their marching orders, I would suggest it would be in our interest, if we're trying to integrate more of what we do there, to circle back around with them to make sure that where their council's head was in this term of council lines up with what the future one is.
Okay, well, we'll do that.
Could I have a mover and a seconder then to approve this renewal of the contract? Councillor Kennedy, Councillor DeVolen.
Moved by Councillor Kennedy, seconded by Councillor DeVolen. Be it resolved that Haliburton County Council receives for information the October 26, 2022 staff report on renewal of a services contract with Kestrel Forestry Consulting, and that a bylaw be presented authorizing the warden and clerk to execute the agreement.
All in favor? It's carried. Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 10:20 to talk about short-term rentals.
Hello.
Agenda is the review of the short-term rental draft bylaw or report. And I believe that we have our consultants here. So are Jason and Gersimran here?
Madam Warden, to the rest of council, I do have to apologize. I wasn't able to confirm their availability till after the agenda was published. So I'll be trying to present their findings to you in the most succinct way I can.
Okay, then proceed, please. It's a little bit disappointing, but
Thank you.
carry on, carry on.
So in their final report, they're recommending a two-phased approach. And as you can see with the attachments, the first phase would include a registration component. And really the registration components is designed to get a sense of the magnitude of short-term rental operators wanting to participate in this program. And then that would be conducted over a recommended 4-month period. And then they would transition into a licensing requirement. And in essence, short-term rental operators would apply to the county to receive a license to operate within the municipality. There's 8 subcomponents that they were recommending, and I'll go through those quickly. They're recommending that there not be at a cap on the occupancy as part of the bylaws, but that would form part of the license for the particular short-term rental facility or cottage. And that short-term rentals would only be allowed to be operated by owners. So you couldn't have tenants operating short-term rentals. They suggest standard fee setup for 3 classes of short-term rentals. In essence, they range from 1 through multiple numbers of units involved in the short-term rental, and their fee is associated with the numbers. They recommend that the local municipalities amend their zoning bylaws to have a definition for short-term rentals and that they be permitted in all zones. And they also are encouraging council to consider setting up an appeal committee, and that allows operators to appeal, in essence, orders made against them for violation of their license requirements. So for example, if they're too noisy and they've received an order, if they don't like the order in that regard, they could petition county council or the committee associated with that to hear their case. They're also recommending administrative fees or penalties, and that's associated with part 1 ticket offenses within the Provincial Offences Act. And what would be required there is for us as a county to position the local court to establish a set of fines, shall we say, for breaches in your licensing requirements. And then bylaw enforcement officers could issue tickets in regards to those offenses. The other thing they mentioned is about the municipal accommodation tax, and there was some discussion at the last meeting council in this regard. And they just noted that it's really up to the local municipality based on the legislation to implement the municipal accommodation tax. And finally, they suggested or recommended that information dissemination be part of the short-term rental program. In essence, having a dedicated website on the county's website or web page on the county's website, as well as doing things like local speaking engagements with local councils, as well as lake associations and the tourism industry. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Just before we get into questions, one of the things that I wanted to ask you, Steve, was with respect to the lower tiers revising their bylaws, revising the definition of the short-term rentals. At what point do you see that needing to take place? Would that have to happen before the bylaw came into effect, or like
No,
what do you see as timing?
No, it's in terms of timing, it would the registration bylaw certainly could come into effect, because that's really gauging the community in terms of their interest in being involved, how many is out there. But it would certainly, I would think, be part and parcel of approving a licensing bylaw, because the definitions within that bylaw would be reflected in part in the municipal zoning bylaw amendments. So I see it's conceivable that you can amend local zoning bylaws within a 6-month period. Hopefully there will be no appeals. But if there are, then you'd have to wait for the appeals to be solved through the Ontario Lands Tribunal.
So I would like to know how council would like to proceed. Do you want to look at the options report, or do you want to look at the individual bylaws first? I know that my comments are mostly related to the specific draft bylaws, but are there questions about the options report itself? Councillor Roberts?
Just to remind me, you said it's what their recommendation was from the passage of the registration bylaw to when licensing would come into effect. Can you remind me about that?
Yes.
4 months. 4 months.
4 months, yes.
4 months. Can I just further comment? I did go to do some research before this, and as we know, I brought it up earlier about the Lambton Shores program, and they had a much longer timeline between registration. I think it was a year, they had a full year, and they to get everybody registered. Well, they said they had to be registered by June 1st, but their actual license bylaw doesn't come into effect until I believe it's into February 1st, 2023. And I'm just wondering if is it possible today, we'll see where discussions goes, but to pass one bylaw but not the other, pass a registration bylaw. And I just think there needs to be a longer time in between the registration and the licensing, because I think they're still going to, that's where we're going to have the questions and about the licensing, not the registration. So
Councillor Kennedy, then Councillor DeVolen.
Okay. I was one of the first.
One thing at a time, Pat.
Okay, I will. I'm actually just going to ask councillors to keep this in mind as we go forward, as we go through the bylaw word by word. I was a proponent originally of bringing this up to the county level, and the more I read this, the more confusion I can see between upper and lower tier responsibilities and who's doing what. So my thought was, when I read one of the recommendations was amend the local bylaws so they're all the same. Well, let's keep it at the municipal level. We do this discussion here, we take it back to our local councils, and the local municipalities administer the short-term rental program, because if you look at all the requirements, so $250 license, 30-day license, you have to get a fire inspection, that's lower tier responsibility, so they have to go back and get that. Bylaw inspection, including septic tank, that's local, lower tier. The site plan that's up to upper tier, but insurance cost, that's okay. Landfill card, do we get that? Reimbursement for the long-term rentals for checking files for septic and all that, that's all lower tier. Who pays for it? The appeal fee, that's a whole different can of worms that if you read the actual regulation they want to use, it's way over the top. It's like using a sledgehammer to hit an ant. in my opinion. It just seems to me that it would be, and the mat tax is sort of the final straw. It's okay, so the county's administering the program. So does Dysart then get some kind of a statement back from the county and we bill it out and then we send the money back up? And when we go through this, it's almost a complete reversal where I was 6 months ago. Same program, but just administered a little differently.
I see your point about that, because there is overlap or there was some confusion in my mind, but okay, well, that goes on to the tax bill, and like there's some financial implications. I don't know that, I mean, you can always go to the lower tier to get your inspection reports and bring them to the county. But I really think that, to take it back for all the lower tiers to do it, we all agreed that we wanted across the county the same thing. And we've seen examples of that not working very well. It just seems to me that you're adding an administrative process to every level that maybe we would try to get away from.
Just as a follow-up, and the consultants have not brought forward any comparators that were upper tier and lower tier jurisdictions. Everything here is either lower tier or single tier.
Yeah.
So there's nothing here for us to examine what other jurisdictions that are upper and lower tier have had to go through to make a program work. We're charting new ground here, at least concerning the consultants, because they didn't provide us with any examples. So that just adds to some of the confusion as well. There's nothing here. They're all cities, towns.
See, I understood from the report, and maybe I was wrong, that it wasn't allowed at that level. Like, I mean, that the only legislation that they could find was for those two tiers.
Exactly. So
there's no example. You're right. We are charting new ground. Councillor DeVolen, I think you had your hand up.
Well, I had neatly compartmented my thoughts on where I was going to go with this today, and my respected colleagues have changed what I'm going to say. The first one, a bigger gap between registration and actually making it live. I have a huge problem with that. I have a file in Sawyer's Lake that, I don't know, the paperwork in it's more than an inch thick, and to delay the implementation so that some of the sort of things, which is the core of why we're doing this, just drags it out. So I'm challenged greatly by that. The second part is, and this is the last time I'll mention it. I don't know how many times that I've sat in this chamber in the last 4 years, and the solution to the challenges exactly like this are solved in one simple way: single tier.
I'm looking for comments from the other side of the table.
My money's on it. It's not the last time that Brent says that.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's right. There's one more meeting. Yeah. But I'm almost sure, I'm not sure where to start, and that doesn't mean that there's the sky is falling. I think it's a good start. I think it reflects. I think we've struggled to get where we are because of there's so much information out there, and I've been places that already have this. I'm sure we all have, where you go into your little short-term rental and there's all the stuff on the wall. There's the registration, the plan. Like it seems so easy once it's in place. You think, how can this be so complicated? I share the concern with the upper and lower tier in terms of how do we ensure that the zoning bylaws and the staff implications are addressed equally by all four tiers at the same time? Because we have, with due respect to everybody at the table, made decisions in the past at this table, and then somebody goes off in their own direction. I think we've all done it in one way or the other, and that continues to be frustrating to the public. Is that what appears on occasion to be a lack of a unified approach? So I think that's a very important one. Are we prepared to? I couldn't even answer the question for Algonquin Highlands. If the fire department is now going to have to do the inspections, are there 12 inspections or 320 inspections? And do we have to hire staff? So at some point, there's going to have to be an assessment, and then think of budget cycles. So then is our municipalities going to have to say, well, we're going to have to all hire somebody to do these inspections or to process the paperwork, or So I'm not seeing any of the implementation rolled out in a very clear manner. First this, then that, then you hire the person and then you have to put the money in a budget. And I'm not seeing that laid out very clearly. I'm not seeing, it's a lot of information and big wordy documents, but I'm not seeing that either of these approaches addresses what I heard an awful lot about is the public's two things. The public's serious concern with properties that are purchased and used only as short-term businesses. So I don't think any of us have a problem with people renting for a few weeks here and there to help with whatever they need. That's fine. The biggest concern is the people who are absent landlords who have a company that comes in and cleans. They never touch the property. They never go there. Nobody's available to solve any problems. And so those businesses that don't have any of that hands-on connection. So that I didn't see that anywhere in there. And I didn't really see anything. It talks about violation of noise. Well, noise is nebulous. I mean, to some people, kids around a campfire laughing is too much noise. And so I'm concerned without there being any further definitions or ability to assess that can just be a no man's land, because the biggest concern we hear is, noise, music, language, sort of the interference with the neighbor's right to quote reasonable enjoyment. And because they are a bit nebulous, I don't see them being easily resolved. But that's what we're hearing is, I don't think people don't mind people renting if they're nice, quiet people who wave and say hello. What people object to are the big, loud, noisy parties and the trespass and the dogs loose and the language and all of that kind of thing. And I
Overuse.
overuse. The septic systems are covered in here, but it feels to me that the things that I've heard are the most concern have not, and maybe they can't be nailed down in here. Doesn't mean you throw this out. It's not baby in the bathwater. I'm just looking for thoughts from others about those kinds of things.
There is a requirement for you in reference to your comment about companies who don't have anybody who's responsible. I mean, that has been addressed here, that you've got to have someone who's responsible and can respond within 60 minutes.
Yep.
Like there's a little bit of conflict on response to certain things in my mind in the bylaws, but I guess I'm not sure how we want to go forward. Is it fair at this point in time to ask Steve to respond to, a myriad questions about the details of these bylaws? Do we reschedule something? Do you want to go through the bylaws and point by point? First, Councillor DeBolen, then Councillor Kennedy.
With all due respect, in my opinion, we do not have the time to deal with this. Full stop. It's wonderful work. It's a great start, whatever, and I hope it evolves, but I just don't see that our mandate, like literally we're in the 11th hour at a couple of minutes to the end of it. There's too many complexities that it needs to get done right that we do not have the time to do, full stop, and that's my opinion.
Councillor Kennedy.
I don't usually disagree with my fellow councillor, but on this one I do. I'd like to proceed unless, if we can chip away some of the ice block here and get some of it cleaned up. I agree with them that saying it's too early for us to say yes, no, or otherwise. But I'd like to go through the exercise. Steve can make notes, don't necessarily have to have rationales or reasons, but that's the consultant's job to get back to us. Things like some of the definitions I'm having a struggle with, just if we clean that up, that's first part, and then carry on.
Okay, are we all good to go with that? I mean, it does move things forward, for the consultant. And any other comments before we start with that? Well, before we start with Mr. Kennedy. Go ahead.
I'm up first. Okay, first recommendation, Steve.
Oh, sorry.
Can we
Sorry.
ask Mr. Kennedy to tell us as you go through what document you're on and
Yes.
what section you're on?
Okay.
And can we go
agree.
chronologically in accordance with the document? Let's not jump all around. That's been confusing in
I
the past.
concur.
Thank you.
My first recommendation, Steve, is that they put page numbers on these bylaws and drafts so that we can refer to them easier. Thank you. So I'm looking at the bylaw to license, regulate, and govern.
The
So-
licensing one as opposed to the,
Yeah, it's
Registration?
the bylaw to license, regulate and govern the operation, not the registration one.
yep, go ahead.
So my first point is on page 3, definitions. Dwelling unit. The two things not included in, thing that's not included in here, to my outdoorsy kind of way to do things, ice huts are not included in here. And they should be exempted, or because ice huts can be used for overnight accommodation, but they're not mentioned in here. It's a big deal, not necessarily right here, but it's growing in Halliburton County, overnight accommodations and ice huts. And it should be included in the not, this bylaw doesn't include them.
Counselor DeVolen, did you want to comment about that?
No, good that they're precluded because they're in jurisdiction, unfortunately, which we don't control. So that to rule them out, that's a wonderful idea.
Okay. Counselor Moffat?
However, just put a pin in the fact that if it is growing, it is part of our cultural tradition, no question. However, the industry is growing, wherein somebody can build something bigger and rent this experience out in the lake. So at what point does that cross over? So you don't want to make them exempt forever, because look at places in Quebec where the river freezes and they put hydro poles out. Like, there's an entire community out there. We're not there. We may never be there. But I think we need to just have care about the ice huts, because we don't want to interfere with that traditional use. But I also don't want ice huts with no bathroom facilities to suddenly become rentable units for some outdoorsy experience. So at some point, there's going to be a crossover there. So they can't be exempt. They may not be able to be exempt forever if that's where the industry is going.
I concur. Yeah, it's when you look at some of the way the growth of that program has happened.
Just, yeah,
Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
so just for clarification, it would be the last line that says, for the purposes of this bylaw, you want to add ice huts there? Yes, okay. And to Councillor Moffat's point, should it evolve to the point where it's quite an attractive thing for short-term rentals, you can certainly amend the bylaw to update in that regard. So
That was all I had on page 3.
Counselor DeVolen?
Before we leave that, the flotilla that exists at Miners Bay that already has plastic bags of human waste, I would argue in that community, we're already there.
Counselor Ryle?
I don't know exactly what the terminology for mobile home is, but where I come from in Atlantic Canada, a mobile home is anything that's brought in on wheels and then can be permanently put. So technically speaking, I can get a 14 by 60, bring it in, put it on a lot. It's a mobile home. Now I put a foundation underneath it. By law, it's still a mobile home. So are we talking about mobile homes or are we talking about RVs?
well, I would say that in this case, mobile home would be it's commonly defined in a zoning bylaw as a mobile home, and RVs would be considered separately defined as a recreational vehicle. And again, that would appear in the local zoning bylaws. I think the definition doesn't go so far as to list recreational vehicles like RVs. And that could be added if you wanted it to be added to the bylaw.
Go ahead, Counselor Ryle.
Well, my only question is, like, for instance, without getting specific, I have a next door neighbor who has what is traditionally referred to as a mobile home. It now has a sun porch on it. It has decks on it. It has all kinds of things on it. It ain't going anywhere. So they can rent that out. Is it included or excluded?
No, it would not be allowed to be rented out. So a dwelling unit does not include a tent, trailer, or mobile home, even though somebody might be living in there. For this purpose, it can't be rented out.
Go ahead.
So those kinds of things, those cease meet the building code. So maybe the wording could be a dwelling unit that does not meet the provincial building code. Because you can't live in your RV, but you can live in what Cease is describing as Councillor Isles describing as a mobile home, which does meet the building code as a habitable.
So obviously we need some clarification there. Councillor Moffat.
And I think it's important too. It's very easy to rely on that things will be covered in, again, we're back to the upper and lower tier jurisdictions. Whose job will it be to make sure that these definitions are included consistently across all 4 lower tiers when that time comes? Because the worst thing we want to do is create inconsistencies where it applies in Dysart, but it doesn't apply in Algonquin Highlands because of the wording in the zoning bylaw. So somebody at some point is going to have to comb those bylaws and present all the pieces that need, made consistent in order to uphold the intent of this across the board. So that will be something that has to happen.
Okay, back to you, Councillor Kennedy.
Okay, I didn't have anything on page 4. Page 5, under short-term rental. It does not include an owner-occupied short-term rental, bed and breakfast, et cetera, et cetera. Doesn't include in here college residents. I think that should be added considering what's happening locally in Dysart. That the college is adding on student residences that can be used short-term in the summertime as well as longer-term for courses.
Good point. Councillor Moffat.
Hip camp.
Oh. Right.
And sorry, if I may.
I'm just wondering if hip camp would come under some kind of, like, it doesn't fall here, but if there needs to be some other kind of regulation or about hip camps.
Well, they're currently not allowed, but they're happening all around us. And so we just, these are these little straggly bits that we just need to make sure are captured. Again, not my job.
No, but I guess, are we saying that we don't want to allow hip camps or that we want to regulate hip camps?
We have had some challenges with hip camp rentals in Algonquin Highlands, and in conversation with staff, the concern is they are often on vacant land that somebody owns. It's a great wilderness experience. There is no septic facilities, no kitchen facilities. Of course, it's camping, so that's why those things don't exist. They also don't have 911 numbers. But you can't have a 911 number on vacant land, and so emergency services are the responsibility of the lower tiers, and they can't be provided if you don't have an address.
Councillor DeVolen.
Just to pick the brains of our CAO, that legislation with respect to vacant lands and 911, and I forget the name of the young person that died that it's named after, whatever. Can we draw some of that into there? Is it consideration that the next council could reconsider properties without 911 numbers?
I think that is something we can bring back and reconsider. I'm not sure I would bring it into this process necessarily, but that is certainly something we can bring forward as an issue that needs to be rethought. Absolutely. I'll make a note of it, actually.
I'm not sure if I'm on the same page as you, because as you said, there's no numbers on the pages, but I did want to ask for the definition of market. Kind of confused me, and I wondered if you could provide a little bit of clarity.
So market means to offer for rent, promote, canvass, solicit, advertise, or facilitate short-term rental. But does not include the mere provision of a neutral space or location for which marketing in newspapers.
I don't understand the second half of that at all.
Yeah, I'll have to follow up with the consultant in that regard.
Okay, some clarity there would be great. Councillor Moffat.
Sorry, I should have gone. I guess we should go. I need to go back to which would be under the first part of definitions. I know this is probably picky, and back to Councillor DeVolen. Like, we could be here all day. Commercial activities means activities being hosted at subject property that involve costs or monies for services provided. Examples, weddings, receptions, retirement party, music event. But also, and this is always my challenge with planning, is reflecting the definitions back into the language later in the document. That the renting itself
Is a commercial activity.
is a commercial activity.
Thank
So
you.
that's either inherent or, anyway, is it just me?
No, it's not just you. That's actually one of the notes that I had as clarity for commercial activity, because that's what I see the initial intent as being commercial in nature. I know that there are people that need to rent their units out just, for a few weeks. But, for the most part, short-term rentals are a commercial, what I see as a commercial activity on their own.
Because I just think there needs to be some clarification around that, because are we, and yes, it's reflected further in the documentation. Are we saying that if you have a property there's one not too far from me, it's very large, and I would want to have a wedding there? Are we saying that these things aren't allowed, or that they're only allowed based on the classification, which itself is based on the number of rentable rooms? So I have a property that has 8 bedrooms because some millionaire built it before. I don't, it's not mine. I don't own it. Because somebody built it, and it's a great place, and you can have like a 2-family Christmas there. You could have a small wedding there. Beautiful property, waterfront, lots of land. But if commercial activities as a phrase in the documentation says they're prohibited or limited or whatever the language is, does that mean suddenly you can't have a stag or a retirement party or
Can you speak to that, Steve?
splitting hairs maybe? But
Yeah, so, I mean, this, to Councillor Moffat's point about planning and zoning regulations. There's been a number of years where this debate is going on, where you are actually a commercial rental facility out in the rural area where you do rent your property out for weddings, et cetera, et cetera. What the bylaw is really trying to distinguish is from those actual types of commercial activities, where from just renting out your residence in this regard. So the bylaw is really set up to, facilitate short-term rentals of your dwelling unit, as opposed to renting it out, but also having a wedding conference facility where you rent that out on a regular basis as well, have hundreds and hundreds of people attend, et cetera, et cetera. So to Councillor Moffat's point, it's not well defined. And we can certainly look at that and add some more descriptors actually to the definition title itself and explain it better in the body of the definition as well.
Thank you. Councillor Bowen.
Well, I'm sorry to throw a rotten tomato in the middle of this discussion, given the earlier one we have hunting camps. And just be careful how this is crafted, language that is or isn't included, that given our great history and traditions of those, that we don't catch this activity up in this, please.
Yeah, because there's a traditional use for hunting camps, and I don't see it as being a short-term rental kind of application, but it might become that. Go ahead.
Well, and just to give some context, that when I was a young person, you went to camps of friends and family and whatever, and that in my sense, it wasn't a commercial operations. Given the elaborateness of some of these camps and all the costs of the land that it is now to keep it up, whatever, in my mind, there's many of them even within our region have crossed the lines in a greater sense if you're applying any of these other measuring sticks that crosses into a commercial activity. So it does, unfortunately.
Back to Councillor Kennedy.
Okay, on the prohibited uses, 2.2. I have it on page 6. I wrote my numbers down.
So you're outside of the definitions now.
Yeah, I moved out of that. Yeah, reference there to a docked boat. I'm just wondering why they're using the term docked to take the ropes off, it's now floating. And I just like them to have a look at that, and maybe instead of using the word boat, maybe use the term vessel, which is a little more encompassing anything that's floating kind of a thing. So it takes it away from the boat, which has certain criteria, and vessel is just a much broader definition. That was the one I had for that one.
Councillor DeBolen, then Councillor Moffat.
Sorry, I didn't turn my mic off before. And certainly we have a file in Minden Hills that's at least 5 years old, playing cute between a vessel and a building and whatever. And I would use that as a cautionary note, how you may or may not craft this. And I can say that it's still frustrating and there's no resolution in sight from those in my mind that have authority over that. So that's just like the hunt camps. It's just another complicating element, you know. I like to boat on the Trent Severn and the Rideau Canal and whatever. And historically, those kind of floating villages that exist have not happened in our region, but I suspect that the day is coming here, and that's the first one in our jurisdiction that my mind is on the edge of that, and has all of the plumbing and waste issues and whatever. And should they all do what they should do with all that in their boats? Yes, but the fact is, in many instances, they don't. So
I'm wondering if the term docked boat was because it's attached to the land, we have some control over it. If it's set free in the water body, we're out of our control. But Councillor Moffat.
Yeah, that speaks to the consultation the ministry did around the camping, and that we provided feedback on, and there's been nothing come from that yet. Because it is a growing concern, and Gloucester Pool is sort of the epicenter of that with the floating accommodation. And, you know, there are people who believe that we're being, you know, pre-worrying something that may not occur, but it'll occur the day you wake up and look out and there's a houseboat anchored in the middle of your lake and nobody can stop them from doing anything. I do know, like this summer, there was a family that put a pontoon boat in Beach Lake every weekend, and they spent the entire day just cruising around the lake. They had coolers, they had no bathroom facilities, but they can launch a boat and spend the day on any lake. So that's not an accommodation, but it just speaks to the different kinds of uses that are occurring. But the lakes, anybody can use them. So I think going forward, there need to be some attention to whatever the outcome of that short term or that floating accommodation consultation by the ministry results in, because that was all around the definition of vessel. And I think as soon as it's the ropes off, it's vessel and it's under DFO. Is that correct? Yeah. So again, there's those cross-jurisdictional issues.
Councillor Royal.
I apologize. I was just having a, in-meeting daydream. And it goes back to the mobile home thing that I was talking about. The differential between a mobile home and a prefabricated home might be the answer to the challenge that I was talking about. Once you bring something in on wheels, whether you brought it in on a trailer and parked it removed it from the trailer, put it on a foundation, or you brought a mobile unit in, removed its wheels and its tongue and put it on a foundation, would that not be equivalent to a fabricated home as opposed to a mobile home which no longer is movable? I apologize for going back to it, but again, you can't control daydreams.
Well, certainly we can clarify the definition. It really, I think the intent here is not to use trailer-like structures where they're not permanently affixed to a property, i.e. the single detached unit approach to things. What you're expressing is, yes, you can have those types of, I call them park models, because that's the definition I was used to. And you could have park models converted into a dwelling unit because they were large enough to meet the Seguin bylaw. So in essence, that would be your dwelling unit. It'd be supported by a foundation, and technically by this bylaw, you could rent that. It's the issue of bringing a trailer on the property in addition to an existing dwelling unit, or just having a trailer and having it there for a few months of the year and having it rented out that's what this bylaw is trying to avoid.
Councillor Moffat.
I know we're kind of jumping a little bit. If we go just above the short-term rental part, in renters code,
What section are you?
I'm still in definitions.
Oh, okay.
So there's quite a bit of inconsistency around what kind of codes there are. There does exist in this industry both renters code, which is the code that's provided to the people paying the money to stay in the place, and there's a good neighbor code, which is the request of behavior of the renters by the landlord. So they're not. We have to decide whether we want both, and I think that was the intent. Was if you're going to be renting out your property, the expectation is a good neighbor code, and this is what we'd like you to like be a good landlord, be a good neighbor, and then there's a renters code which you give to the people who are renting. There's two different things. So in the definitions, we're missing good neighbor code, and then in the documents there is reference to either of them, but not both consistently throughout. So it's about having those two things make the accountability on the renter and the rentee.
Okay, thank you. Going section by section, are there any more comments about definitions?
Yes.
Go ahead, Councillor Moffat.
Under short-term rentals, and I could be, again, very good at splitting hairs, but we've talked a lot about the period of less than 30 days. And I know that this is the less than 30 days is what makes it a short-term rental. Should that say less than 30 consecutive nights per transaction? Does that make any sense, or am I drinking the wrong coffee again?
See,
Is that clearly understood? The 30 days seems to be a bit. I've heard feedback from our previous conversations about the 30 days and that there's been some concern about that, about not understanding it. And I just wonder if we need to do
I
something.
agree that there was a little bit of conflict. I was conflicted about that. What exactly does that mean? 30 days per transaction, or 30 days is all you can do, all you can rent it out for the year? It's not clear for me.
No, if I may, that would be your max. It's not there to, it just defines what a short-term rental is. So if you rent it out for six months, for example, it's not considered a short-term rental and therefore wouldn't be subject to licensing. But if you consistently rent it out for periods less than 31 days, then you would have to be licensed to do that. And
So you're talking about maximum period of time per transaction.
right. Well, it's when you're an owner operator, you're renting it out for short-term reasons, and this defines what that short-term period is. It's less than 30 days, and it can be multiple transactions or just once a year. But if you rent it out for less than 31 days, you have to get a license.
Okay, so I'm just thinking that we need a little bit more clarity there, because there's at least two of us that have asked about it, and someone has brought it to your attention. So, obviously, we need clarity. Anything that's not clear is not good.
Yep, we'll look at that.
Anything else in definitions? Okay, so we were into the prohibition of section 2. Was there anything more there? Hearing nothing, is there anything in section 3 under administration and enforcement? We good? We're good for section 3? Okay, section 4. Councillor Kennedy, sorry.
I thought when we discussed this, the original intent was that if somebody was going to rent their cottage out for a couple of weeks, we weren't going to really hammer them. This does not say that. So 1 to 30 nights, which is the lowest, you're still going to pay $250 plus all the other fees that are associated with the fire inspections, the septic inspections, all that. I didn't think that was the direction we wanted. But I could be incorrect on that. I would prefer just a shorter version, less cost for that incidental rental that wants to just pay for their taxes. than going this full war. And I notice other jurisdictions use a $50 application fee, and then the other fees are on top of it because it's all lower tier again. So it just goes back to the confusion. That's my comment on that one.
Councillor Rao?
I totally agree with Councillor Kennedy. It's a difference between casual and commercial. I've got somebody that I take my holidays the same time every year, and while I'm gone, my Uncle Bernie comes in and rents the place, and he's gone, and that's the end of that. That's the only time I ever have a rental. There's never any other time. That's not going to bring up the how the hell do I find that out in the first place, because it'll be hard to even just identify anything like that. But I think is that what you're thinking, the same thing? We're going to put these people through all these gymnastics on a casual basis. It's not commercial.
However, how do you monitor that? And second of all, if you are renting the unit, I don't disagree with you, because I don't want to come down with a hammer on a small user. But if you're renting your property out, there's certain liabilities associated with that. And I'm assuming that some of these things have to take place. They should probably take place on your property anyway. So, I think that we need to find a balance there, because I think some inspections would be required no matter what. Go ahead, Councillor Kennedy.
I just had the concern over the $250 for that the first line. If you stayed that, it even dropped it down from 30 nights, dropped it down to 20. That kind of a thing would reinforce the casualness and just the intent of what you're trying to do, and then go with a minimum plus your fire inspections, your septic, your all the other things that have to happen. Also, we need to look at landfill. What are we going to do with the landfill cards? That's another thing that has to be included in here. So no mention of it anywhere in the document about landfills. So that needs to be incorporated into that whole licensing part of it. And I just think that if you're going to end up having to spend, say, $50 on the registration fee, and you bring it in, you got your fire permit, all your property taxes are up to date, and you have to pay $75 for the fire inspection, $150 for your septic inspection, that's enough.
Yeah.
And like you say, cover the basics, but let's try not to hit them too hard.
Maybe 21 days, because that's
21.
3 weeks.
Yeah.
Councillor Moffat.
Yeah, I don't disagree. The way this looks to me now, whenever we introduce things like this, people get angry and say it's a money grab. And because to me, some of the most common and egregious complaints don't appear to be achievable or controllable, by leaving it with the big dollars, it looks like a money grab. But it's the purpose is not to make people pay money for no reason. The purpose is to manage, control, and provide safe environments. And I think that falling within the safe environments is fire inspections, making sure that there's CO detectors, making sure there's fire alarms. Mind you, somebody could say, well, if somebody wants to rent my place and there's no CO detectors in it, that's our private problem. And I don't agree. If that was people's private problems, then we wouldn't have emergency services. So we have to find the reasonable place between the intent, which is the provision of enjoyment, safety, and economy, versus just throwing big chunks of money at people. So I agree that there could be, for the shorter ones, the folks who are just trying to put a roof on the place, help pay the taxes. I don't know how we're ever going to differentiate between those. That will come with time, but there has to be a theme of reasonableness in there somewhere.
Councillor Roberts.
Thanks. People keep talking about a fire inspection, and I just want to clarify further down in this section. It just is a plan for fire safety, and it doesn't say a fire inspection.
I think they're both. There's two separate things.
Where is there in the bylaw? Sorry, because I've got like 5 things open here, and Lambton Shores, because they also refer to a fire safety plan, but not an actual physical inspection. Is there somewhere in here that I'm missing that? I know that's a detail. We're talking about something else. We're talking about fees, and I'm brought that up.
It's part of the fee structure.
Yes, well, it is, but
Yeah.
if I also could, through you, Madam Warden, to just get the clarification for what Councillor Kennedy, I wasn't writing that down, of what his suggestion is for the different fee structure.
I didn't recommend a fee structure to be less, like minimum
I think you said $50
$50, yeah, it's just a
for 21
placeholder.
days.
So essentially then to have 4 classifications? Is that what we're talking then? A, B, C, and a D? And A being the lower?
Yeah.
So therefore then you're recommending
Another
4
tier.
classifications? Okay, thank
That
you.
works. Councillor Royale?
The other thing too is under the number of STRs, I'd like to have B and C changed to 1 or more, as opposed to 1 to 2 and 3 or more. If I've got something that's being rented out, 1 unit that's being rented out 200 days a year, what class am I in?
Rented, but 200 consecutive days to the same party or like? what do you- what-
I'm doing a weekly thing.
Councillor Moffat?
That would be captured in the 30 days.
Mhm.
You
So
know, it
the-
says number of nights, 1 to 30. Then under this B, 31 to 6 to 90. Now I've got 1 unit and I'm going to rent it out 180 days.
Oh, I see. Yes, yes.
Then it's
But
B.
it's 3 or more.
Become C.
So it should be 1 or more. And B should also be 1 or more.
I don't agree. Mike, you were going to make a comment?
Well, you go to the higher of the class of everything. So if you have 1 unit, but you're renting it out 200 times a year, you're in you're in classification C because it's 91 or more. If you have 3 units, but only rent them out 10, you're still in C because you go to the highest
Okay.
classification that you
Gotcha.
are.
Yep, fair enough. Good clarification.
Okay, go ahead, Steve.
If I may to the question about fire safety plan. So that's in section 5 and it's O. And then the matter of fire inspection actually is proof of inspection, which is in Q. And that's number 3. So the difference would be much like you find in our building here is you kind of have an evacuation route sort of laid out. That's what a fire a plan for fire safety, that sort of thing, where the inspection really is to look at things like, do you have the adequate number of fire smoke detectors, et cetera. So.
While we were in section 5, and I don't know which number it is, under sworn declaration, they've got to confirm that they will maintain liability insurance. Well, I can confirm that I'm going to maintain liability insurance. It doesn't mean I've got it. I'm just wondering if they have to prove it.
Well, that would be part of the sworn declaration. We'd have to see documentation to that effect.
Go ahead, Councillor Moffat.
I'm going to throw a wrench in the works. Around the insurance. A moment ago, I said, it's important that we provide, a safe program for the community. But on this one, I don't know that that's our business. We're not a named insured. It's not our program. Like we're not running the rental organization.
But is that not part of providing a safe environment to make sure that there is insurance on the unit so that if one of the tenants, I guess maybe you're right, it's not our business. But, because we've licensed it and they haven't insured their tenants for some kind of liability. If something happens, how many times does it come back to the municipality because we've licensed it?
Right. Thank you.
Councillor DeBolen.
Yes, Steve, in your experience either in Seguin Township or your knowledge in other jurisdictions, they've broached on something with contingent liabilities that if we have and manage a program and we don't make sure those ducks, and I'm thinking of loss of life and insurance liabilities and all that stuff. To your knowledge, is there any jurisdiction that the municipal government has been held liable that we didn't insure in anything that would fall under the breadth of our program, that there's been contingent liabilities on municipalities? And subsequently, I would argue that we should have a conversation with our insurer that if the results of that, they are of the same opinion. And I guess that remind to you as well, Mike, just to know with where we're going, is there precedence here about that matter?
Thank you.
Well, I can speak from a planner's experience. Yes, if you make a mistake on telling somebody about zoning, for example, and they go out and buy the property and they find out they can't build what they were hoping to build because the zoning was wrong. Yes, the municipality certainly can be held liable for mistakes like that. And I'm sure also, Mike can speak to this more about things like maintenance of roads and things like that. You're held to a certain standard, and if you don't meet those standards, you can be taken to task over that.
Okay, so we're still in section 5. And I'm looking to see if there are other comments or concerns about section 5. We can move on to section 6. Okay. Go ahead. Oh, I'm
It's for
sorry.
you. Section 6.3, about the existing septic systems in terms of being deficient. Something else that is, again, just something to stick a pin in is when the health unit transferred the inspection program over to municipalities. Was that part 8, section 8? What was that called a number of years ago? Municipalities were given, I think they were given CDs with all the files on them, and they weren't complete. So there still remain today a tremendous number of properties who, if they were being rented now, property owners who, if their properties are being rented now, could go to the township and say, can I please have the health unit file from my septic system so I can prove to you that it's not deficient. There are going to be occasions where that municipality is going to have to say, well, we don't have it. It simply doesn't exist. And I know that because a family member experienced that. They went to change their septic system and they said, well, there's no plan for your property. We have no idea where the septic system you want to replace physically is located. So just remember that there could be, if some place is older or has an older system, that those files didn't get transferred and they just may not exist.
Go ahead, Councillor Nolan.
Just to put the next layer on that, because we're all in different levels of evolution of our septic inspections at different years, and when they're done, we'll have a better handle on that. But those only deal with waterfront properties. It completely doesn't do anything to comment on what the state of septic are on non-waterfront properties. So that's the next layer of that conversation.
Councillor Kennedy. Sorry, Councillor Roberts. And Councillor Kennedy.
Okay, if I could just go back to, or still stay in section 5, if we weren't all the way done there. Under Q, it says proof of inspection by the county, local municipality, or licensed professional, which shall ensure compliance and lists those following things. Are we going to have to talk to local councils and see if they have fees set up to get ready to do these type of inspections? Do they have staff to do these inspections? And as a licensed professional, I went back up to definitions and there wasn't a definition of licensed professional. Are people who do home building inspections, when the realtor transactions and you have a home builder, is that a licensed professional? So should we include licensed professional in a definition?
The simple answer is yes. So for example, on the septic system side of things, you would, and we did this elsewhere, is you use a licensed septic system contractor. That would be your licensed professional. You wouldn't have to have a building department inspector for that. If they had a contractor that cleans out their septic system traps and can provide us documentation with that effect, so they would qualify that way. Your point is taken about having a definition for licensed contractor. We'll see about adding that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Kennedy.
Yeah, just to comment with Councillor Moffat's concerns about septic systems and on the A, B, and C classes, it says B, the same as above, as well as proof of septic system maintenance inspections and pump outs. Maybe that's in lieu of documentation providing septic information, that this would be the requirement then. It has to be inspected and that would maybe alleviate that, because we're running into that a lot in Dysart with our septic inspection program now. Older cottages with no record of where the tanks are, but we're requiring certain steps. Can't remember exactly what they are, so I'm just gonna leave it at that, rather I say something incorrect.
It sounds to me like we all need to do a little bit of work and refining of our septic inspection programs. Okay, carrying on. Are we done with section 5? I was hearing yes, so section 6. Councillor Moffat.
Just again, the horse is already dead, but I'll keep beating it about the parking is a bit of a sticky wicket for me, because I know it says elsewhere that parking has to be, hard surfaced or gravel, but somewhere it has to say, and you can't convert your lawn to a parking lot. I mean, you look at properties, doesn't have to say that. Just there are places that you see them every weekend that there are people have nowhere to park, so they're parking all over the lawn. So parking can be a problem. Hopefully the cap on number of visitors would eliminate that. Perhaps the encouragement of carpooling, I don't know. But again, the beating of the horse part is the applicable zoning and ensuring that the lower tiers have the similar language in zoning that will speak to this. I just don't want us to have a checkerboard approach in that regard.
Councillor DeVolen.
Yeah, in my parents' property in Dysart, that 16 vehicles for the period that the unit was rented by that party were on the premises all the time. So just, they were everywhere, on and off the property.
I notice in this section that it says that short-term rentals shall not be permitted in accessory dwelling units. And that I don't know, but I think that there's a conflict there between this bylaw and the registration bylaw, because it doesn't say that in the, I don't believe it says that in the registration bylaw. Councillor DeVolen.
And it may have been already considered, Steve, but with respect to accessory dwellings and people sleeping in them, I think under the building code, there's provisions there, and just to make sure, circle the square there where that all those things line up.
Councillor Moffat.
Yeah, we kind of live in the world of planning, and sometimes some of us struggle with it, but the public doesn't. And so I think it would be, to Councillor DeVolen's point, put the definition of accessory dwelling unit in the definitions. It's not there.
Yeah. Did I see your hand? Councillor Kennedy.
Yeah, going back to the parking issue, I thought that by limiting it to one space per bedroom and a qualifier in there that cannot be, it has to be parked on their private property, not on the road, may help with the issue about a hard surface. If you come up, you're allowed 3 cars, you've only got parking on your driveway, the hard surface, but you got a nice lawn sitting there. What's the problem with parking a car on there for a week on grass? It would prevent what you're talking about doing, of making everything gravel in order to accommodate 3 bedrooms, 6 parking spots, or whatever it is. It just seems to me, three parking spots. It just seems to me like we're being really restrictive here. I agree with the concept that 1 parking spot per bedroom, and it has to be accommodated on your own land. Do we need to get into hard surfaces? And I don't know if we do or not.
Councillor DeVolen, you're going to speak to this?
Yeah, and I'm not trying to muddy the waters there, whatever, but in many of these cottage properties, the easiest grass compliant place is where the bed is, behind the unit, and not towards, but just that we may add that the language be included, that parking provisions on anything in the septic system is not permissible, just to rule what might be a problem there with creating failures in beds that, in systems that weren't failing in the first place.
Counselor Roberts.
Isn't that part of the site plan that they have to submit though? That's part of the site plan. So I mean, nobody's gonna be parking, well, they'd be foolish to be parking on their septic system. So to me, I think that's all covered in here, and a hard surface is just that, a hard surface, you know, anything other than grass. And I think that's part of that site plan that gets submitted. It shows where your septic and well is, where the cottage is, there's the X number of parking spaces.
But do the tenants,
Well, then they're not gonna show it in the site plan. Oh, look, we've got parking over here. And then anybody who is not adhering to the rules under the bylaw, then there's the demerit point system where there are 10 cars all over the place.
Counselor DeVolen.
In how would I put this politely without incriminating myself? Not that I would be a bad renter, but I might show up with my quad cab pickup and a trailer that might have some of my recreational devices in and behind it and whatever that take up more real estate actually than my tow vehicle. I'm just again to make sure that all the considerations are covered, not to nitpick this, but just these things will happen and they need to be part of what we're thinking about and how these provisions are laid out.
Well, and you can have a site plan until the cows come home, but somebody may drive in and just say, pfft. However, you're right about the demerit point system. You know, Counselor Moffat.
I was going to say, if I was listening to this conversation, I think it's important to say that some of the examples that we're giving, we're not making them up. I've got years and years and years of email files of exactly all of these complaints of the lawns and the people and the trespass and the dogs that bite. And I don't know, for some reason, I just felt that it was important to say that it's very difficult to craft something without nitpicking, but that actually addresses the problems that people are begging us to fix. And that's going to be great. We're not going to finish it today, that's for sure, to Brent's point, but I think it's important to just point that out.
Under section 6, I had section 6.10 and 6.11 I thought were somewhat conflicting. And maybe I was reading this too late in the day. Can you just explain that to me a little bit?
What sections again? Sorry.
6.10 and 6.11, where it says that the responsible person will respond within 60 minutes. And the next says the owner or agent, and then in brackets, responsible person will attend the premises within 24 hours.
Right.
So to me,
Yeah.
that's not
So,
clear.
so the difference is actually if you want to say a verbal response, email response, so you're responding to the complaint if there is a complaint within the first 60 minutes. So that's sort of acknowledging, yes, I've received the complaint and I will be looking into it. And then the next one actually is physical attendance at the premises within 24 hours, which is to say that, yes, they're on their way. They'll show up tomorrow. We'll address it with the renter.
To me, that's not good enough because the problem is done 24 hours later.
Mhm.
Councillor Moffat.
I wondered if that should be, and we're getting into what it is the public wants us to work with is the resolution. So you can phone somebody at 2 a.m. and say your people next door are screaming their heads off and they're playing the drums. And somebody could say, respond is thank you for your concern. There should be some resolution attached to that. So the response within 60 minutes should be respond and resolve. I would be expecting
I'll be right there.
I would be expecting that property owner to phone their renter at 2 a.m. and say, turn off the damn music now.
Yeah.
That's what has to happen. Because if we don't put that in there, then essentially we're not resolving the main concerns of the public, that sort of reasonable enjoyment of property.
So so if the operator is not responding sufficiently, then they will be subject to penalties. So tickets, for example, loss of license in the worst case.
But what is sufficiently? It's like noise. If we don't provide more clarity on what the expectation is, then if I'm a property owner and there's a noise complaint, responding is answering the phone. it's not actually doing anything about it.
Well, that's right. They're acknowledging that there is a complaint and the action being taken is 24 hours to be attending to the property to solve whatever the problem is. If it's a noise violation, typical one would be noise after 11. Bylaw or police can go out and lay a ticket right then and there. So that would, for example, in this particular case on the demerit system, if you get charged or you have a ticket for noise violation, that shows up on your demerit point system. Have enough of those tickets being issued by a peace officer and you lose your license to operate.
You've got further comments to make on that?
Yeah, but I'd like to know what bylaw officers are going out at 2 a.m. or police, or they're not. They're not, like, let's be honest, they're not. In Algonquin Highlands, our bylaw people do not work evenings and weekends. We have talked around this table casually for years about collectively hiring bylaw people to undertake these kinds of activities. And I think that conversation needs to come to the fore. We know that the OPP cannot be relied upon in the face of competing priorities for their services. So again, we have to make sure that we're not creating our own setup for failure. So I'm back now to the list of, hey, this is all great. And you're going to have to hire an inspector, and you're going to have to hire 2 bylaw people, and you're going to have to modify your zoning, bylaw, and where's that list? And then what's the timeline for all 4 municipalities to undertake those changes that still meets the intent of the 3 to 4 months of registration to licensing? There's things not matching up here.
Councillor Royale and then Councillor DeVolen.
I think Councillor Moffat kind of summed it up and said most of what I would agree, but I just want to add to that it would be something that if we don't handle that part of it, then everything we're doing right now, in my opinion, is a total waste of time, because most of the complaints that I get is just because of that. The response is just non-existent. Things are not being done effectively. And so at the end of the day, there is absolutely no teeth in the whole program. So if we can't handle that in a very expeditious, enforceable way, then that's a major issue right from the get-go.
Councillor Burton, then Councillor DeVolen.
And I think this would probably fit under 6.8, but private roads. And I had an interesting one when I was campaigning. It was quite a concern, actually. And I think I maybe mentioned it to the warden. We had some people that were up at a short-term rental for winter on a private road that wasn't really maintained that well. And they weren't prepared for our winters up here. And they came with no snow tires and shoes instead of boots, etc. And I was just, I didn't know there was something we could put in there. Probably not, but for their safety. The people that lived on the road were helping these people out. They were actually towing them out and doing this and that. Shouldn't be up to them to do it. I don't think we could have got a tow truck in there anyway. Or fire equipment.
Councillor Moffat.
You can't manage or license stupidity.
No.
I saw hands over here. Councillor DeVolen.
Back to bylaw enforcement. I think the only way to adequately cover it is shift bylaw to the way that our neighbors have in Bracebridge. The reality is bylaw enforcement is a 7-day a week enterprise that is not limited to traditional business hours, which will come back to those that are here and yourself, Mike, is that'll also have to be part of your next collective agreement, whatever, because obviously that doesn't exist in our county now, and it needs to probably be done anyways, but this definitely will trip the switch that will have to be changed in the collective agreements.
Yeah, I think that that bylaw enforcement was focus number 2 issue from all of their members, that there needs to be more bylaw enforcement. It's just becoming more and more prevalent. We need greater enforcement. Councillor Moffat.
Back to the 6.8 C.
Oh, my apologies.
Oh, go ahead.
Councillor Roberts.
Okay, just to your point about numbers 10 and 11, which is the response time. I actually think that's quite reasonable. I know we're using the example of a noise issue, but use a more, there are local municipal bylaws for noise. So if we use something else like, and a complaint being, there's 6 cars and they're parking on the road, and I know it's a 3-bedroom cottage, so someone's put in that complaint. I think these are reasonable response times. That's all. I think they should stay as is. 60-minute phone call and 24 hours response time is reasonable.
See, personally, I mean, I can see that there's the problem with this is it depends on what the concern is. That, like, I mean, you'd want some things resolved a lot sooner than 24 hours, or there's no point in responding at all, except, as you say, through the demerit system. But the problem itself isn't going to stop. If it's say noise or unruly behavior, or I could go into any number of directions that I probably shouldn't.
If I
Go ahead.
could just
Yeah.
add on, if we shortened it up anymore, I don't think the 60-minute phone call one, 6.10 is unreasonable. But if you're trying to shorten up 6.11, what if the responsible person is the homeowner and they live in the GTA and they can't get up here? Then are they going to receive a demerit point, even though they're doing absolutely their best to rectify a complaint? That's my concern. 24 hours is still pretty darn fast. You might not be within you might be 3 hours away or more.
But correct me if I'm wrong, I think that the goal is not to have somebody who's living in Toronto be the responsible person. They've got to have somebody within 60 minutes that can respond. So literally somebody living in the county. Councillor Moffat, then we'll go down the road.
Yeah, I don't want this to be just a typical checkbox consultation process. There has to be some action within that. I don't mind the 60 and I don't mind the 24. And I think Councilor Roberts makes some really good points. What people want us to do is make the noise stop at 2 a.m. And it doesn't matter. I don't care if there's a zoning bylaw. People aren't going to stop. So if you phone somebody and they're in Toronto, my expectation is they pick up the phone and they phone their renter and they say, turn off the music now. But then they need to, how do we prove that it's like, it's so in the weeds. Like, how do you, I phoned them. Oh, they didn't turn it off. Sorry about that. Gee, I don't know what happened there. There's no way to prove that without being so mother henny about this. So, I mean, we'd like to rely on the good graces of folks. And we know for 95% of rentals, we probably can. It's those few that are reckoning it for everybody else. So I will say again that I think that the response within 60 minutes has to come with a resolution, which is turn off the music or put the dog in the house or whatever it is at 2 a.m. But parking can be solved tomorrow unless it's blocking emergency access or, so there has to be some thought, I guess, to Steve, there has to be some thought around what those thresholds are. And it has to address what the public is expecting us to fix. The public is not asking us to fix dogs pooping on the lawn at 2 a.m. They're asking us to fix the music, the language, fires during fire bans, like the big things.
Councillor Royale, we'll get back to you.
Certainly, there's got to be a compromise here in how we can go about dealing with this, just the kind of issues like fireworks, which for 15 minutes and then boom, they're gone. The point that I've been getting from a lot of the people is that they call, they register their complaint, and nothing happens. The world continues to go. They phone and they phone and they phone. And at the end of the day, nothing is physically done. When you get into possibly the category 3, where you've got commercial people, I don't care where they live. I didn't choose to create a short-term rental. They did. They need an agent available to deal with those kind of issues, period. End of story.
Here,
because otherwise there's no value in anything that we're doing. And this is just, I didn't get one call. I'm sure all of us got a dozen or more calls about those kind of issues, to the point where I'm the one that's now responsible. I call you all the time, nothing ever gets done. All right, well, so now I'm going to pass a bylaw that's not going to make it any different. That's all wrong. We have to make sure at the end of the day that if you're going to make $1,000 a week or whatever the heck you're going to make on it, that there needs to be,
$1,000 a day or more.
well, whatever it works out to be. The long and the short of it, it's the cost of doing business. You need somebody available to take care of the problem. Case closed. And if you're going to raise it by $50, and if it's $1,000 a day, hello, it's not worth worrying about. So I have absolutely no compassion whatsoever for anything in that general guideline. So it needs to be dealt with. I agree that if somebody is, pooping on the lawn, they don't have to rush out at 2 o'clock in the morning to deal with that.
Somebody.
But there may be classifications identified in the violations that could require immediate response. Otherwise, I'm very, very adamant about the fact that we need to have somebody on site within a reasonable period of time, not 24 hours, who can rectify a serious issue that is being put forward.
So we need to find some wording that clarifies, what constitutes a serious issue and what doesn't. Councillor Shell and then Councillor Roberts.
That
And
too,
then
but I
Councillor
was going to
Kennedy.
say that in the wording for the resident the landlord per se, or the agent must be able to be on premise within 60 minutes. So if somebody lives in the GTA and they can't get here in time, then they have to have somebody here that's listed with the county that's going to respond within 60 minutes if the phone call doesn't resolve whatever the sound issue or whatever's going on. So that if it just says in their agent or owner must be able to be on premises within 60 minutes.
Councillor Roberts, and then
I was actually stretching when you asked me if I put my hand up, but I will respond to that. What if the responsible owner is out on the boat? This is my worry, is it putting it too tight? I know that we want to have some teeth to this. I totally agree with it, because right now there's nothing and it's a free for all. And there's 10 cars at one cottage when it's a 3-bedroom cottage. And so we know all of the implications of that. But I think restricting it to it becomes an unrealistic. The responsible person could be in the county, could be there, but literally is in town doing their grocery shopping. They'll get the call, they'll be informed, they'll act. Phone, but what if Councillor Shell just said to be on the property in 60 minutes? I don't think that that's realistic.
we're hearing.
Maybe to your point of the difference between a serious complaint and an immediate complaint, or whatever the level of issue.
We need some language there to clarify that. I'm going to go to Councillor Kennedy and then back to you, Councillor.
Thanks. What I'm hearing here is we need more bylaw enforcement 24/7. Why don't we just enforce the bylaws we have? We could make the short-term rental program even smaller. That's just a registration and a safety feature. And if we enforced our noise bylaws or parking bylaws on municipal roads, all the rest of the things that are already in the books, do we need the short-term rental bylaw to be as encompassing and tight? There's parties going on in every cottage, whether you own them or rent them, and the same noise complaints come through. So if we had 24/7 bylaw, then that would still fall in with a much broader spectrum, not just a short-term rental deal. It's the guy down the street that has a party every weekend. I get those complaints. There's 2 cottages on Kishagabigamog like that. They're owned by the people, blowing off fireworks every other night, but they're up here on the weekend, and you phone and you complain, well, it must have been somebody next door. Wasn't me. You know darn well it is, because you see the things coming up, but we're not enforcing the one. So if we had the more bylaw officers, as Councillor DeBowen is saying, that would look after itself. The 24-hour, 60-minute response. I also look at it as a new business opportunity. I started a business in a heartbeat. You phone the 1-800, call Pat, and I got somebody on a pager that'll go out and knock on the door and say, turn the lights out, or turn the music down. I can just see it as a X number of dollars per month to look after it, and $150 every time I go out. It's like there's an opportunity here too, but I know what I'm going to hear in my background is getting louder, is enforce the bylaws you already have.
I'm never going to be able to get out of that 1-800 call back. Councillor Moffat,
I don't disagree with Councillor Kennedy, but again, here's the dead horse with more marks on it, is we would need to ensure that we all have the same bylaws that can speak to the intent of this process, and then hire the people who are going to do it. And I just think we'd end up like a three-legged stool. Would be somebody we can't sit here and say all 4 municipalities shall hire. There's working alone legislation, so you don't send one person out at 2 a.m. You have to send 2. And so, does that mean that you would have to hire county blue? Well, we'll see about that. And more people. So I don't disagree about. And people said the same thing about the shoreline bylaw. Enforce what you have. Now, in that case, there were so many gaps that local legislation just didn't cover. We could cover off a lot, but that doesn't mean this process doesn't need to exist. It just means it would help resolve it in a certain way. Budget cycles are coming up. So is there any possibility that anybody is going to have the capacity or latitude in their budgets to add two new bodies? It's taken us 8 months to get a deputy bylaw officer. And there's like Minden Hills has vacant positions. There are vacant municipal positions right across the province and beyond. So it would be very Pollyanna of us to say, like, clap our hands like little kids and say, well, we'll just hire more people. Okay, well, that increases the taxes. People object to having to pay to police other people's bad behavior. And it just opens up a litany of concerns, and they're all legitimate. So again, I'm looking for that first this, then that, then the other. And it's not going to happen in 3 months or 4 months. I don't see that being able to be happening.
Okay, anything further in this section? Councilor Moffat.
Me again, under 6.8 about what's being posted, and it says the type of access never crossed my mind until I saw this, but certainly I think as the people who have the most water access properties in the county, water access rentals could be a serious problem in terms of parking, boats, docking, access. And I appreciate the emergency services statement. I think you'll find that if you look at our E&R bylaws for fire services, you'll see that the limited services language is already there. It should be. It certainly is in ours. And E&R is enacting and regulating bylaw for fire services. So there need to be sort of some cross-reference to that, I think, if you're going to go with that kind of statement. But the parking is definitely, if somebody is going to rent a water access property on one of the Hawks and people are going to bring 6 cars, there is nowhere for those people to park. There's nowhere for the property owners to park right now. So there's some serious considerations there. And so who's keeping track of again, I'm back to the if this then that. Algonquin Highlands has looked at resolution of some of its parking problems, somewhere in the millions, possibility of public-private partnerships, but those are all in their infancy. So we just need to make sure we don't create a situation that leads to more different complaints that are unresolvable.
Councilor Roberts.
Thanks. Sorry, I'm not commenting to Councillor Moffat's. That is a big concern. Throughout the next sections in 7 and then into 8, we talked about the director, and I'm wondering if it should say the director or designate, because I don't know that it would be the director doing everything, or do we need to change that language?
I'm not sure what the definition says at this point.
Well, just it's sort of, so, the 4 items right there in section 7 and then right into section 8 says the director shall, but I mean, it's potentially through the planning department, but it likely wouldn't be our director of planning doing this work. So just wondering if we should change, say, director or appointed person or whatever.
Or, yeah, normally I would add the word or delegate or designate. That's fine.
Okay.
In the definition of director, it does say or designate.
If it's in the definition, then it doesn't need to be changed in the bylaw. Perfect.
On 613, I'm sorry, I gotta scroll back to 613. I had an issue with that. Where'd it go? I don't quite understand. The provisions of the bylaw shall not apply when the short-term rental is not rented. I see that that could be problematic. Like, for what period of time does that mean? Does that mean like if it's rented for a month and then it isn't rented and then it's rented for another month, that the provisions of the bylaw don't apply in between? Because to me, that opens up the door for all kinds of problems. Councillor Roberts.
I think how I interpreted that is that it's a 3-bedroom cottage and we license it then for 6 adults or 6 people and limit the parking. The owner of the 3-bedroom cottage is having a family get together and they have 4 cars there and 10 people sleeping over. We can't regulate that. It's not being rented out during that week because they're having a big bash.
But I'm thinking about all the other things that are required, like inspections and insurance, and I just think that there's a bit of a problem. Either it's a short-term rental or it's not. I mean, the fact that it's not being rented for a week or two in the midst of the season, I just think that this opens it up for some challenges. We'll go to Councillor Moffat and then back to you.
Well, I think Councillor Roberts raises a really good point, which actually speaks back to another point that we keep bringing up is, I think Councillor Kennedy just mentioned it most recently about you could have a short-term rental, but you'd never know that there was 15 people there because they're quiet and they don't do anything outrageous. And you can have regular property owners who are outrageous. Thank you. I was fishing for the word there. And we have no mechanism to control that except for the increased bylaw and more teeth in our bylaw and enforcing what we already have to make a more of an even playing field for all persons on property. I would think were I a landlord renting a place out, or if I were a neighbor saying, I understand the 3-bedroom and 6 people and 2 cars or whatever it is. But you're right. Then the people who own the property have a gathering the next weekend and they're out of control. So that's why that bylaw piece, notwithstanding any of this, that bylaw piece is crucial for this community going forward.
So anything else in section 6? Carry on.
6.15B, notify the director in writing within 10 days of any changes, or else what? Who's going to know? Who's going to tell? Who's going to, who's going to keep track? How would you ever know that anything, that any of the information has changed?
Good point. And the only way to deal with it is maybe once you find out, there would be a demerit point assigned to it, but otherwise, like, you're right. How would you know? So I'm not sure that how we can deal with that, but we'll leave that with the consultants. Section 7. Councillor Roberts brought up the issue of the director, which I think was resolved. Any Councillor Moffat?
7.2, the director may request comments from other departments and agencies in respect of the short-term rental. What might those be and why? Who would that be?
Mr. Stone?
Just trying to, what section was that again? Just so I can.
7.2.
7.2, director may request other departments or agencies to request this short term. So that very similar to what we do now. If we have a license application and we want to follow up with other program areas, we might consult with departments just to get their feedback on whether they think it's a good idea to have a license on that property.
But who would that be? Like, are you talking about the fire chief or the health unit?
Well, it could be anybody. For example, here we would, if it was on a county road, we'd ask for input from the county department. Is there, and we do this on commercial properties already. We ask Public Works to comment on whether or not the entrance is suitable for commercial traffic, that sort of thing. So that's the type of inquiry we'd ask if the entrance is up to standard, that sort of thing.
Anything more in that section, section 7? Councillor Kennedy.
My only comment is that lower tiers are going to be swamped, especially this, well, actually the annual renewal. I know in Dysart, we probably got 1,000 short-term rentals. I just imagine you're going to send out things to our building department and everybody else, and they're going to sit there and have to go through all this stuff and send you back reports on each one if required. I just see this becoming an elephant the more we get into it. And I get into it in the next, in section 8. I'll wait till we get there.
Councillor Moffat.
To that point, just in terms of technology and some of the modifications and advancements we've had to make with some money from the province through the pandemic, please tell me that these will be similar across the board, online, fill-inable documents, at the bottom of which you can insert electronic signature and press send. The amount, just based on what Councillor Kennedy just said, I can just imagine all these reams of paper. Stop. It would have to be, someone would have to do all the work at the front end to set up the process so somebody can, like, we're not trying to stop rentals, we're trying to manage them. And so to do that, it's in our best interest to make that as easy as possible for folks. So just make sure that the technology is in place, that no one has to print, sign, scan, and fax back. Good Lord.
Okay, anything else in section 7? Here's my plan, that we finish this document, break for lunch, and then go back to and see how we're making out with the registration bylaw. Because I think that some of the questions that we've raised have already been responded to with respect to the registration bylaw. So, okay, section 8. You did order lunch, right?
No. I had no, and I can try, but we've had some difficulty with short orders.
Short-term rentals.
No,
Food.
just with not enough advance notice when we're ordering a fair amount of food. But I can certainly try. I can try.
Yeah, that might work.
Can I, do you mind if I leave and go and try and organize that?
Carry on. I mean,
Okay.
we've got Steve here with us.
Okay.
I think we're gonna need food. Councillor Moffat.
8.1A, there are reasonable grounds, and I know reasonable is reasonable to the reasonable people. But reasonable grounds says who? What is it? When? Why? Who gets to pick a bun fight on that? Because what is reasonable to one is not reasonable to another. And we have faced this in lots of things. I'm not really looking for an answer. I'm just offering that
As food for thought for the consultant. Other comments about section 8? Go ahead, Councillor Moffat, and then Councillor Kennedy.
8.1C, Renters Code of Conduct. Renters Code of Conduct, Renters Code, Good Neighbor Code. I mentioned that earlier, but just reiterate again, so I can put a check mark beside my note.
Okay. Anything else that you've got on 8.1? Councillor Kennedy.
8.1D, septic requirements are not met. How do we determine that when you're doing your, is that the reason for the suspension? Is, I'm just trying to figure out why or how that.
You haven't provided your certificate or of inspection?
Or is it a demerit, or they went out and found the inspection was not. Clarification on that. And then the E is outstanding property taxes. So is the county going to check to a lower tier with each one of these suspension and review? Who tells you that the property taxes are in arrears?
There's where I see the challenge with overlapping financial.
It's like I can go along with the suspension because your property taxes aren't paid, but who's going to tell the county that? Renters or the owners certainly not. So
There's got to be some checks and balances there.
There we go again.
Councillor DeVolen.
I just want to check and make sure that that's legally permissible.
What that one level of
Privacy
government?
concern, that one matter isn't related to the other ones. I would want to make sure that that's firm ground you're standing on.
Good point. So we'll follow through on that, Steve.
That's correct.
Go ahead.
To that point, I do have it written somewhere in my piles of paper is, I think it's in relation to the municipal, the MAT, the accommodation tax. Can this be delegated up by the municipalities to the county?
I mean, that's something I can follow up with our director of economic development, but the consultants were of the mindset that no, it's a local tier or lower tier responsibility based on the legislation.
Well, it is a local tier responsibility based on legislation. And can we do anything about that?
Yeah.
Is the logical follow-up from that?
Right. I'll have to follow up on that. Follow up on how the legislation is wording. I know when it came to the shoreline bylaw, there was actually language in the legislation allowed for that delegation.
Councillor Rao.
Steve, if you could, the other thing we could look at is rather than get everybody to find out whether they've paid their taxes, it might be easier for those that have not paid their taxes. And then if it's legal, then the municipality involved would notify the county their taxes are in arrears. Yeah, so that might be a solution if it's allowed to happen.
We do that presently when it comes to consent applications. There's a condition that they're required to pay their taxes before we finalize the consent.
Go ahead. I just feel like my head's on fire. In more ways than one. It's a complicated process. And I mean, this is the purpose of a group of people, winding their way through a document, but it's a lot. It's a lot.
But I think it's a step forward. We're providing more concerns, clarifications, things that we see that are needed before we can, move forward or even recommend this to the next council. Councillor Kennedy.
Just further to Councillor Moffat's comment about municipal accommodation tax, it's in the options report where they quote actually from the Municipal Act, the local municipality may by bylaw impose a tax, blah, blah, blah. A local municipality is defined in the Municipal Act as a local single tier or lower tier only. So, so it's based on that, their opinion is, our consultant's opinion and by the legislation looks like we don't have the power to delegate a MAT up. What we can do is send the county a check for 50%. Be used in our tourism destination marketing plan. I mean, local municipality can retain 50% to be used as such as they want to, usually around recreation facilities, that kind of thing. But, the county would get half. That's the only way you can implement a MAT is that you have a destination marketing or some other agency that does that.
So if I may, Warden, Scott obviously is listening to the debate. So he sent me an email just now, and he said he spoke to our lawyer, and the lawyer indicated as long as it is in the bylaws, the townships could delegate authority to the county to collect the tax on their behalf, but it would be up to each individual township actually pass a bylaw that they want to implement the tax program.
So another layer of confusion. Okay, so are we done with section 8? Section 9, any concerns about section 9? This is where I started to get concerned about the overlap of, the counties doing the work, but the money's got to be collected through municipal taxes. And it just seems awkward to me that it had to be through municipal taxes and couldn't be just invoiced separately, but that's more work too. Councillor Roberts.
I know you said going on to section 9, but just in section 8, I just want to clarify that like the demerit point's a pretty big deal. And are we all comfortable with the demerit points, and how do we
That's why I asked.
Okay, yeah, so he said, is everyone's finished with section 8, but I was looking higher up the page. And how do we keep track? Administratively, we keep track of the demerit points.
So that would be a function of someone in the planning department.
Counselor Kennedy, then Counselor Moffat.
Just, sorry, 8.5, I had a note. Under the suspension revocation, Steve, it says 3 confirmed bylaw violations results in a license suspension for 1 year. And then the remedy to review is a 1-year violation free. Well, we just suspended them for a year, so they're violation free. Is that what I'm reading now? So they get their license back? We're going to suspend them for a year, and then the remedy is that they go 1 year with violation free. Well, they haven't had a license in a year, so.
See, I would read from that you'd suspend them for a year, then their operation would, oh no, okay, you're right. It's a problem that needs clarification.
Yeah, we can clarify that.
Okay.
Okay, so we're still on section 8. Any more for section 8? Okay, let's section 9. Just about through this one. Councillor Moffat.
I would like some clarification on, talks about contravention of the bylaw may serve an order on the licensee, setting out the particulars and compliance, any work, the work that is required. So that to me talks about, I don't know, safe stairs and appropriate eavesdropping, which I don't care about. This is about parking and noise and human conduct. So I just looking for the marriage of what the public is asking us to be able to control through management and this section that's any work required to be done. What does work mean? I mean, I know what the word work means, but people aren't asking us to fix smoke detectors or stairs. People are asking us to stop the madness. So I don't see the, we can't issue orders on human behavior, I don't think. So is
Well,
this section motherhood or not?
No, actually, you can issue orders for things that they're, the standards of, the requirements that's listed, I believe it's listed in 5. So if it comes to light, either, for example, a renter, has some issues and notice, for example, that it's the septic system has, got some issues and makes that complaint, then we can issue an order to say, you can't rent until satisfactory proof from a licensed contractor that your septic system has been repaired. So you can actually use orders to actually cease activity until remedies have been performed.
Well, go ahead and ask for further clarification. So you're saying who does the work? What comes to my mind is something like a septic inspection. The septic hasn't been inspected or it failed. So they're given orders to do work on their septic inspection. They don't do it. We do it for them or hire somebody to do it. for us.
No, we had actually revoked the license if they didn't attend to the matter that we ordered. We wouldn't ask them. We wouldn't undertake that.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's, that's in their bailiwick. If they don't comply, they lose their license. And, if they continued on, then they'd be subject to Provincial Offences Act fines, so on.
Councillor Kennedy, then Councillor Rao.
I think you just answered, but I was going to go on the same 9.1B, but the last half of the sentence, and the county may recover the expense in the same manner as municipal taxes. County doesn't collect direct municipal taxes, so I'm not sure what that manner is. Then, well, you may have answered it with a provincial ticket. I don't know.
That was my concern about 9 and like how do we work this financial aspect of it? Councillor Rail. I'm sorry. I just want to let everybody know lunch will be here by say around 12:30.
With regards
Good
to,
job, Kathy Howe.
with regards to the septic inspection and so on and so forth, we're investigating as far as our septic inspection program, that if we take you to court, which is basically what it'll end up doing, you can lose your occupancy permit. So I think your license would be the least of your worries. because you're not going to occupy the building. You have no septic capability. And under the building code, I believe you cannot occupy a building that does not have a septic system.
But that would be administered through the Ontario Building Code, which is a different function. Your building, your chief building official and his staff can place orders separately on that sort of thing. This is really dealing with, the operation of a short-term rental.
Councillor DeVonen.
Via Pillow Talk, how complicated staff involving lawyers, whatever that process is, it in many instances is weeks of work in and of itself, just to let you know how tall that mountain is.
Well, there's food for thought. Anything else in section 9? Section 10. Councillor Kennedy.
I don't know if this is just a cut and paste error or if it's intentional. 10.1, last two words says the appeal of the decision to the township clerk. Should that be the county clerk?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then just the next one, 10.2, and it's referenced elsewhere is number of days to get back to people or to do whatever. Is that business days or is that calendar days?
No, it'd be calendar days. It's very similar to, it's very similar to what planners would do with other legislation under the Planning Act. So standards.
So we should maybe clarify that that's calendar days.
Because 15 days would be 3 weeks if it was business days instead of 2 weeks.
I mean, you can certainly, if you wanted business days, that can be added. If you think it needs more time.
Would that be what you would be looking for?
I would recommend that, but that's up to council.
I agree with that. I thought the 15 days, if it wasn't business days, would be too short. If somebody is motivated to try and resolve their situation as quickly as possible, then it could be, it's up to them to pick that. But other folks they're busy, they're out of town, they're on holidays, life gets in the way, and suddenly you say, oh, 17 days, sorry. Is the 15 days a cutoff, Steve, or is it if you don't respond in those 15 business days, or if you don't make the appeal within the 15 days, is your
That's
appeal,
right.
you lose the right to appeal?
That's right. And the order would stand then.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you wanted, like I said, 15 days is what you see. The Planning Act uses 20 days, but that's what they're headed at. Like you have 15 calendar days, but if you think it needs to be business days, that can be changed as well.
Okay.
I would say business. Is that what you're saying? or
Yeah.
not? Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't following the ball there.
Anything else in section 10? Councillor Kennedy.
I don't know if any other councillors took the time to read this appeals committee that they're going to be governed by the Statutory Powers Procedure Act. But that's a tongue twister, just the title. Wait till you get into the meat of the matter. It's about 20 pages long. Details exactly what Crown can do, but it just seems like it's, like I said earlier, it's a sledgehammer to kill an ant. Their ability to call witnesses, expert testimony, all those kinds of things. I think the appeal person or the person who's reformed before the committee is going to need a lawyer. If they exercise that statutory powers procedure, they're going to need a lawyer.
What statutory requirements are there for something like the land division? Would that be the same requirement? Because that seems to work reasonably well, that process.
It does. You don't necessarily require to, have expert provide testimony on things. So you're right. We do have applicants who present before that committee, and we do actually have applicants appeal decisions if they don't like them. So it's just saying it's governed by SEDESTA, this statute, which was set out to cover, due process, shall we say, going through an appeal process. So it sets the framework for it.
So you're, s-
Just a comment, that's all. It's just, to
Does
me,
this-
this isn't what I envisioned. Somebody having an appeal to the county clerk and then you go to a committee that maybe they would just listen to it and make their own judgments without having to necessarily go under the strict guidance of Statutory Powers Act or Robert's Rules of Order, that kind of thing. And if we're governed by that in the Land Division Committee, then that's fine, but I didn't.
I didn't hear the answer to that. Does that same act govern the land division?
I would think it does, but that I would defer to Mike. He may know that legislation more thoroughly than me.
I think we need to check that one out, because like both Councillor Kennedy and I and Councillor Roberts has been on the land division, and, the process seems to work rather well and, without too much difficulty. And I'm wondering if the same act does govern both. Maybe we don't need that. Councillor Roberts and then Councillor Moffat.
Yeah, thanks. It's a good point to bring up, because when, in 10.8, when you're referencing an act, we want to make sure that the act is that is correct. Certainly at Dysart Property Standards Committee, we just recently had an appeal. So it's, and the person didn't need to hire a lawyer or anything like that. So yeah, I think it's worth investigating, but it just gives the person an opportunity to plead their case, and there's an appeal committee. And so I think our Property Standards Act would be under this.
Any other, I'm sorry, Councillor Moffat.
Yeah, it would be my expectation that this would be a sort of the committee of reasonable people, that there would be a process wherein members of the public would apply to be on it, and they would be vetted on their ability to be knowledgeable, neutral, fair, and compassionate, and that entire process would be built in down the road.
So doing just a quick search, yes, the Land Division Committee of Adjustment are subject to the Statutory Powers and Procedure Act. So,
Okay, thank you. Okay, anything under section 11? Councillor Moffat.
Yes, reiteration all over again. My comment is, are all the townships prepared or ready to add this workload to these jobs? And I think we're back to Councillor Kennedy's points about bylaw, and I think Councillor Ryell said the same thing. The community has changed, it is changing, it's continuing to change, and somebody has to pay for the changes so that we can all still live here safely and collectively. It's going to cost money. And, we chief fire officials, that's great, but we also have an extensive recruit campaign going across the county to make sure that the people who are currently here can be served with emergency services. So that's a big chunk for me is how the townships are going to outline or create the capacity to undertake this work within their existing structures.
Any other comments about section 11? Councillor Kennedy.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, it's the confusion here again of everything now says the township in the section 11. So is the county going to direct the township to direct the CBO to go to look at the septic inspection? I know it's all getting down to semantics, but that's exactly what it says here. Entry and inspection. The county doesn't appear to have any power to do that. So they're going to have to delegate that power to the lower tier now to tell Joe Blow to go out to Cottage and Gosh Long Lake and have a look at that septic, because we have a complaint or whatever. I'm struggling with this whole thing. That's why I've had a complete reversal of my thought process from top down to bottom up. So it may be just late today.
Which we're all suffering from lack of sustenance. Can you respond to that, or are you got any thoughts on that, Steve?
Certainly, if with regards to things that are related to the building code, yes, or the fire code, you would have to have the chief building official respond to those building code matters, for example, because they have the powers to enter and enforce code related things. But if the county council appoints officers or bylaw officers to enforce this bylaw, then they actually do have the powers to. They can be delegated powers to actually enter properties, maybe not enter into buildings. That's something we would have to clarify because that's not their, as I said, building code matters are in the domain of the CBO, and same with fire. Fire Act regulations, that's your fire chiefs, so.
Carry on.
So would we look at a common fee structure for that? If you're gonna order the CBO, the lower tier, to go and look at a property, who's paying? Is it the applicant, is it the county, or is the township gonna absorb it?
So that, yeah, if you look at 11.8, I noticed that they refer to the city there, that needs to be created, but the bylaw does include provisions to allow for additional fees to recover services provided, so.
To the owner of the short-term rental.
Yes,
Any further? Carry on.
So I think then we need to look at common fees then across the 4 lower tiers. That would be
Yeah,
another
we'd
thing
like
that we
that.
need to consider when we're moving forward.
Anything further on section 11? Section 12. Councillor Moffat.
Unfortunately, given the world that we find some parts of the world that we find ourselves in these days, I think that in 12.1, we should add the words harass or evade.
Good point. Anything else under section 12? Okay, penalties. Councillor Moffat.
I may have my legislation levels mixed up, which would be unusual, but how is it we can only get a $900 fine for cutting down a tree? Find someone $50 for this. We don't have to get this through.
There's two kinds.
Sorry, I wasn't on. So Steve couldn't hear me. I said, I don't understand in section for the fines, how it is that we can only fine somebody $950 for a tree, but we can charge or fine somebody $50,000 for this. Seems inequitable.
yeah, so the difference is the fine for $900 is a part 1 offense in the Provincial Offences Act. And it's a set fine established by a judge. In regards to the 50,000 or the 100,000, that's actually statutory set fines, and that's a part 3 under Provincial Offences Act. So in the case of the shoreline bylaw, you can actually go to court with part 3 summons and present your evidence and ask the judge to issue fines as high as 50,000. Similarly, in this bylaw, you could do the same, but what's being suggested by the consultant is for the sort of the minor offense, if you want, it's better off to be able to go on site, issue a ticket right then and there, and hopefully that will rectify the problem, and the operator will be back online, complying with the bylaw through a ticket.
Councillor Moffat. Councillor Kennedy, sorry.
Yeah, just follow up on that then, Steve. So under 13.4, where it's a part 1 offense, that's a ticketable offense you're speaking to?
That's right. That's
So
right.
is there a standard set of fees on that, or would we have another thing that we need to determine? Like if you- 6
well,
cars instead of 5 cars,
yeah.
is that worth
Yeah.
$100 or?
It's you're correct in saying that there is sort of an accepted range of
Okay.
fines. We would have to, for example, the consultant did provide some examples of those fines, and we would have to sort of, make our presentation in front of the judge to say this is what all the municipalities are generally assigning for these types of offenses. Do you agree? And if he or she does, then that's what our set fines would become.
Anything else on that section? Okay, section 14. Section 15. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Are we in 16?
Well, no, I haven't got past section 15. Were there any concerns with 14 or 15? Councillor Kennedy.
15 there again, it's, if fine remains unpaid, then it can be added to the tax roll. So the county's going to tell Dysart then that Pat Kennedy didn't do whatever, and so you're going to add my fines onto my municipal taxes for a county bylaw?
That's what that section.
That's what it says.
Would allow, yes.
I just don't know if it's.
But you can see that there's a continuing issue about the financial working relationships between the upper tier and the lower tier and how that's going to work, how much.
Yeah.
Like we need to
a
somehow
lot to
try
be done
and
there.
streamline that to the best extent possible. Okay, over
Yes,
to
we'll certainly do that.
to give it some more thought.
Okay.
Councillor Royale, are you still on section 15
No, actually,
or on 14? I mean,
yes. 14.2 may be liable to pay to the municipality and administrative penalty. Is that municipality or county? We are the municipality of Highlands East.
Yes, well, given that, I would say that should be clarified and most likely should be county because we're the administrator of this bylaw.
anything further on 15? So over to 16. I think you had a question about 16.
I do have a
Comment.
couple, just wondering, I'm not sure in item number 8. Violation of the renter's code of conduct. I've mentioned before, we're missing the idea of a good neighbor code. Should it be, so first of all, what is it that we're having? And are there violations of both of them or just one of them? So would that be violation of renter's code of conduct or good neighbor code? Because I'm not sure where we are on those. Just food for thought.
Okay.
And then 15 and 16, again, these failures to what we need to sort out as we have that long discussion, need to sort out what people expect to happen within those timeframes and who monitors it. Mr. Jones, did you call your renters and tell them to turn the music off? I sure did. Thank you, sir. I'll sign off on that.
So it's just tying these points into previous discussions. Okay, 17. $18. Councillor Kennedy.
Does it 18.1 hereby delegates the appeals committee the power to make the final decision? Does the taxpayer not still have the right to appear before council? Is that an inherent right, or is that we're deemed that we've delegated that authority away from council and that this committee is going to make the decision now?
It sounded to me like that was the case, similar to the way the land division works. Although I'm not sure, can somebody appeal the decision of the land division to council? Steve?
No, that's different. The only sort of remedy if in that case would be judicial review, so you can appeal that to the courts. And then they would have to agree to hear the matter.
Councillor Moffat.
So you could appeal your denial of a shoreline bylaw permit to council, but you couldn't appeal your short-term rental problem to council.
No, this allows for, if you, for example, if an order has been issued to an operator and they don't like the order, yes, they can appeal that to council or this committee. What I'm saying is in the case of the land division committee, you can't appeal. The mechanism of appeal is not to council. It actually is to the province in that regard. So you go to the Ontario Land Tribunal with the land division committee decision that you don't like. in this particular case, given this is a municipal bylaw, you can petition the courts to have it, the decision judicially reviewed. That's the extent of it. It's not really an appeal. As I said, it's a petition to the courts. They look at it, they decide whether they want to proceed to review it or not.
Not clear on that. Go ahead.
I had a conversation recently with somebody about, let's look at what we want to do and make the documentation fit what we choose to do. As opposed to saying, well, we can't do that because the current documentation says, or the current process says that's not what we do. It just seems strange to me, and maybe we're not talking about the same thing. It seems strange to me that you can appeal to council on the shoreline issue, but you can't appeal to council. Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm saying
Okay,
there is an appeal mechanism here. It's further back in the licensing. I'm just going to see if I can get to that.
And 5.
Yeah.
If I may, but Councillor Kennedy's question, this says that you can appeal to the committee that we're going to form, that somebody's going to form.
And that it
Councillor
would be-
Kennedy's question was, does someone not have the right, unless it's guided by other legislation, to petition their elected representatives? It reads to me like it goes to the council. It goes to the committee.
Right. Well, I mean, in
Is
this
council the
case,
committee?
but in this case, and it's like the land division committee, council appoints the committee. So the committee is actually acting on behalf of council because they've been delegated that authority. So that's what this, the committee is being set up by council in the same manner that you've delegated the consent or approval authority to the land division committee. You don't actually have to set up this committee. You can just keep it. You don't have to delegate that function. So all appeals go to council.
Councillor Roberts.
Yeah, and I mentioned this before, it's a little bit different. So Dysart has a property or a sign and property standards committee. There's currently 2 members of council, I'm ex officio, and I believe 2 members of the public. So we have a sign application, but if the sign application, if someone wants to do a sign that doesn't fit to our sign bylaw, they present to the committee and the committee makes a decision solely on that. We also make decisions on property standards. And so that doesn't go to council. We've been delegated that committee's been delegated that authority. And then if somebody doesn't like the decision, there's a right in our bylaw for that. There's an appeal process that there's a time period that the applicant can appeal. And then the decision that the committee makes is final. It doesn't go to council.
So they appeal to the committee?
They appeal back to the committee we had that recently on a property standards order where someone tried to appeal. Well, they did appeal the order. We actually granted them more time to comply with the order. And now the order is in place. So it's completely separate from council, but some members of the public and some members of council. And Dysart Council has delegated that authority and they have final authority.
So if I may, Madam Warden, if you look at section 18 of the licensing bylaw, it speaks to delegation. And it's authority that can be delegated from county council to the committee based on section 23.2 of the Municipal Act. And the very last line actually says delegation may be revoked by county council at any time. So the mechanism here is that, just as Councillor Roberts was saying, you have carriage over property standards at the Dysart level. Same here, council has carriage over the licensing bylaw, but you can choose to delegate that authority to the committee, and the committee acts on behalf of council. And if you don't like how they're acting, then you can revoke that and you will assume carriage of the appeal functioning and make your own decisions.
Okay. Okay, so we're at 19, 20, 21. Any concerns with any of those sections? Sorry, Councillor Rao.
Well, just to follow up on that last thing, in the event that somebody does use the committee takes the initial application. They say thanks, but no thanks, and then the appeal is made, and then it comes back as thanks, but no thanks. What exactly now is the applicant in a position to do, if anything? Are they in a position now to take the municipality, or in this case, the county, to court?
That's the only means. They could have a judicial review, and it's very rare that it ever happens. But the committee's decision, if whatever they decide, would be considered final in terms of practice. And the operator would have to move on, and that's the extent. That's really how this would work in practicality. They can appeal and hopefully win the favor of the committee or council, and whatever that decision is final.
Okay, so any other questions about this draft? I think at this point in time, we should probably call for a break. Hopefully the food will be here momentarily. But I think it's time to have a break. So what time would you like to reconvene? Well, if the food's not here, well, let's try for 1:15 and see how we make out. If it takes a little bit longer, it takes a little bit longer. Okay, thank you. We're okay, we're back live. So having finished the licensing draft bylaw, we'll take a look at the registration bylaw. And ask for any questions or concerns. Councillor Kennedy.
Actually, this document's pretty clean. I don't have any much pink highlight in here at all. One question I did have, Steve, was the site plan. It says it has to be drawn to scale and quite extensive site plan. So is that within the purview of an ordinary person to be able to do that, or is they going to need some expertise, do you think?
No, I think if somebody knows how to pull up the GIS on their computer, they can copy and paste sort of a simple line drawing out of that for their property and do some cut and paste using shapes and symbols. So it can be done. We encourage that, for property owners to, and we're here to help them with their site planning as well. So.
Councillor Moffat.
Excuse me, in number 5, general regulations, I was wondering why there was 7 lines describing in infinite detail how to dispose of your garbage. But it doesn't say anything there or anywhere in general terms about not interfering, sort of the good neighbor thing, not interfering with your neighbor's reasonable enjoyment of their property. It just seemed like there was too much detail in that one thing, but there isn't detail on any of the myriad other issues that are of concern. So it just felt a bit sort of heavy-sided on garbage. Yes, garbage is important, but
And we can certainly look at trimming that down, and if are there other areas you want us to add, we can certainly look at adding those as well if you want. I think what the general regulations are trying to do is it's sort of the in between registering and operating without a license and then transitioning into more detail in the licensing program. So that may be why they've decided just to focus on more on garbage and how it's managed.
Councillor Ryle.
Steve, I'm going to assume for the sake of argument that you have to register your property before you can license it. And
That's
if that being the case, then all of the information that's in the registration bylaw would become redundant in the licensing bylaw because you've already had to comply. So I'm wondering if we could streamline this stuff by putting everything that's required to get registered and duplicated in the licensing one. Can we get it kind of sort of moved over so that all of the stuff related to a specific subject is in one and the other one concentrates on whatever else is there?
Sure, we can.
That's possible.
That.
Does council agree with that? Okay. Other questions with the Councillor Roberts?
It may be in there and I haven't seen it, but is an example, just say we passed the bylaw and we made it effective January 1st. What's the period from which the registration is open? I'm trying to find it in there. Like how long, again, I used the Lambton Shores example. They had, I think it was eight months or more of a window that you must be registered by such and such a date. Is there somewhere in here and I'm missing it? Maybe it's back in J.L. Richards' report and not in this actual bylaw.
Yes, they were. It is in
that was
the
in
report, and they were looking at it as 3 to 4 month window. But as discussed earlier on before lunch, if council wants to look at registration more of a year or a longer time frame, that certainly can be built into this exercise.
Go ahead.
Just to follow up, so I understood that it was 3 to 4 months between the registration and the licensing, but basically I thought you passed the registration bylaw and then you had a window that people had to be registered.
That is correct.
That is-
And that's the 3 to 4, and you suggested a year
Or 8 months.
or
The other
more.
thing, if I may, just to follow up, what I would suggest is, I know Councillor Moffat has referred to a couple times of budget cycles with the municipalities, but we also have to look at advertising the sort of normal cottage rental season. So it would be, I think we should be aware of the timelines that we're proposing and putting in this, that they sort of align with when people would be advertising and because this is going to be, they may want to be passing on some of those fees or change their fees or whatnot. So generally, sort of the new year starts a cottage rental business.
Go ahead, Councillor Moffat.
I have a concern with timelines. We've just had an election, there's a change of councils, there's orientation, there's budgets, there's people getting up to speed with no end of complicated files. Who's going to write the renters code? Who's going to write the good neighbor code? Who's going to create the forums? What's the process for ensuring that municipalities know what things within their jurisdiction in relation to this proposed program need to be changed with enough time to budget for them and advertise and probably hire people? And what is the realistic expectation that the work probably won't live in the planning department? It will probably end up living in the short-term rental department. I think we need to be honest about the number of pieces that have to be put in place in this puzzle before it can actually be a working and enforceable thing. So somebody has to be the traffic cop to put all those things in place that we're going to have, I don't know, issue an RFP for a person to do a thing, and the deadline will be in March. And then after that, it will be, I don't see any consideration for any of those timelines. There's a lot of pieces to put together here. Wish you all the best of luck with that.
Well, yeah, I mean, what I was just about to say about the timing with respect to registration and licensing, it doesn't apply because there are more pieces in between. You know, I think from what I'm hearing, like, and we've made lots of suggestions and recommendations about what changes we'd like to see. And this has obviously got to come back to council, be it this council or the next council. I suspect it's going to be the next council, you know, for further consideration. And in the meantime, you've got some time to think about how everything will stitch together as far as timing. I would like council, though, to come to terms with the recommendation that Councillor Roberts is making about how much time do you see for the registry, assuming that the staff are in place or that the pieces are in place to implement all this. How much time do you see for registration before licensing? 6 months, 8 months, a year?
I'd say a minimum of 6 months, given the thousands of applications you're going to get.
Councillor Al?
I would have a tendency to say somewhere between 6 months and a year. Why? Because it's a one-time thing. Once they're all registered, then you're just going to have maintenance. So we've been working with this thing without it for a long time. Let's get it right. Let's give everybody an opportunity to get registered. If they choose not to, then that puts us in a pretty good position to enforce the timeline. And at the end of the day, if there are certain issues that they have to amend in order to comply, it gives them that extra time to do it. But at the end of the day, a year is a year. And then we put it in place.
Councillor Roberts?
Again, just pardon me for saying that, but the Lambton Shores, what they did is they had, so registration was up until June 1st of 2022. And I don't know when it started. I don't know how long that window was that they gave people. It was free to register, but you must register by June 1st. They didn't actually pass their licensing bylaw until June 7th, 2022, and it comes into effect February 1st of 2023. So there's still, and I think the whole point of the registration is to know how big a fish we have in the, like, and you said 1,000 rentals in Dysart. We don't know how many rentals we have. So one didn't quickly follow after the other. So that seemed like a very reasonable time frame to me. And then having something come into effect in terms of the licensing one in a time with lots of lead time going into that for people who are renting out their cottages, for cottage rental organizations, to make sure that all their owners that use the rental organizations are able to get everything ready. So that's how they did it. We'll see how it works.
Thoughts? Councillor Moffat?
Back to my dead horse. The logistics of the development and implementation of the collection format is of concern. So it's the end of October, and who knows how long it'll take for a new council to refine this to get it to a place where they can launch something. But in the meantime, is JL Richards going to be on retainer to do the forums, or is that a whole new thing? So I know it sounds like I'm harping on the forums, but you have to, if you're going to collect data from people, what are you collecting? What does it look like? What format is it in? How is it stored? Is there some program somewhere that other communities who are operating these programs have used that we need to buy? And then do you buy that at the front end and wait for your registration and make sure that it's exportable into the licensing, that there's enough columns and categories that it can export from a small program into a big program? So there's a whole IT and digitization aspect of this that is the behind the scenes machinations. Who is going to do that? Is Steve going to do that? Is JL Richards going to do that? Is there an RFP going to be developed to do that? Because you can't take one pen stroke of information from anybody for registration if you haven't already talked about what you want it to look like at the other end. So you can't have names and numbers on, you know, coffee shop serviettes and then think it's going to be an Excel spreadsheet that's going to morph into some fancy program. So I think that's a very serious and time consuming consideration for human resources.
In response to that, thoughts?
Just like we were doing with the shoreline bylaws, with some of the forms that in essence, there's enough out there that we can beg, borrow, and adapt. And I would think that's what we would attempt to do, to see if we can on the registration side of things. And that would give us some opportunities to look at, you know, further form work related to the licensing. With regards to software that's out there, yes, there is software that allows for fillable forms that are tied to municipal functions, cloud-based computing, where applicants can fill out the forms, and you know, once entered, it populates all the other forms associated with the program. So that can be looked into as well. We're thinking that, I mean, there are municipalities that do have electronic submissions, and for example, we deal with these solutions. They have already prepared electronic forms that can be adapted for this type of program.
So I think the original question, well, the question that Councillor Moffat put was, who's going to do that? Who's going to research it? It's my understanding that that is not part of JL Richards.
No, that's correct.
Contract.
We would have to have a scope change if that's moving forward. If that's desired by county council, we'd have to do a scope change to include that as part of the service delivery.
Councillor Moffat.
I would think that okay, look, this is 2022. We've been through the pandemic. We've got money to modernize. We were just talking at the break. Sorry, and I'm getting a little antsy here. It cannot be that we still fill in our council pay forms by hand or fill them in online and then have to save them and send them back. This stuff should be built to be completely filled in, filed, and formed online to make it as easy as possible. I don't think it's a JL Richards function. I think it's an IT or database function. So there has to be, you have to know what you want at the end. What do you want to be able to get from it? And then build it backwards from there. That's how that should work. And I think the IT people would probably have some insight into that. And I think that the ease with which the process will be made available to the public will contribute to the success of it. The harder you make it for the public, the fewer people who will participate, and the bigger of a storm it becomes. So, and this is 2022, and it just kind of feels like a bit of the Flintstones. Sorry, but I think I should stop talking now.
Councillor Kennedy.
That's a question I asked myself a week ago. Was that, because it's getting more and more complicated. So I pulled up, did a 30-second Google search, of course. So anyways, here's a company, I won't name it by name, but it says provides software to help, it's US. So that's because that's all you can usually find, right? But I'm sure there's Canadian solutions. A streamlined licensing and enforcement system for governments and hosts, online portal to provide a quick and efficient route to web-based registration, simplifying and encouraging host compliance. The ability for neighbors to submit complaints online, helping to reinforce host compliance, preserve community character, and improve city oversights. As you say, it's a cut and paste, or that's just a very, very quick search, but the tools are out there. We just got to use them rather than.
Well, and I see that finalizing that discussion is going to be down the road. I think that, like, the next step, we've given an awful lot of input into the documentation that we've got. That's going to have to come back. JL Richards would be responsible for coming back with that, right? And we'll have to go from there. Like, I don't see that. I don't know what your thoughts are about timing, but.
Well, I think for the same reasons as Councillor Moffat, I should stop talking. There are a lot, it's very difficult for us to develop a solution until we know what we're trying to develop a solution for. And I absolutely take the point that this should be as automated as possible. But there are multiple firms, one of them actually responded to our initial RFP for this project, who do the registration. They do they check the web to see who's there. I think we've all experienced or been exposed to them. So once we know what council wants in a bylaw, and quite honestly, this council will make all these great suggestions, and it will be something that the next council has to confirm that, yes, we want you to move forward with that or not. And so once we know that, then we'll be in a position to say, okay, do we need to do an RFP to hire a third party to do that kind of thing, or do we want to do it in-house? And if we want to do it in-house, then eSolutions has a form builder. That's easy. There's cloud-based permitting systems that all of your building departments are using. There's all kinds of tools we can use, and I know our IT has been exposed to all of those, so they know the good, the bad. But it's a little bit of chicken and egg. We really need to know what we're trying to accomplish before we come up with a solution. So, I think in terms of timelines, we can move as quickly. So if we make these changes today, or JL Richards does, they bring them back before the end of the year. We have the next council say, yes, we are all on side. We want you to continue on with that. We're going to have a look at what the previous council suggested in terms of a bylaw. And by the end of February, early March, hopefully we'll have a budget nearly finalized. Then we can either include it or not. And then we go from there. We say, okay, do we do an RFP for a third party solution to monitor this, or do we do it in-house? If we do it in-house, I would say we'll get right on it. But I don't know if that makes any sense, but there are lots of solutions out there. We just have to know what we're trying to solve before we do too much there.
Any further comments or thoughts? Councillor Roberts.
This is something I hadn't brought up earlier, but I think should be open for discussion, because we went right to the licensing bylaw and the registration bylaw. But were we comfortable with their recommendation of the no cap on the number of nights per year that a unit could be rented, which is in 3.1 in their actual report? Most places don't have a cap. And there's a rationale of why they propose no cap. But that's still one of the comments that I heard over and over again, is that people are buying cottage properties for the sole purpose of renting them out, making them available 365 days a year. I know our license proposed fee shows that they're going to pay a slightly different license, but that's something that I heard, is that people were trying to prevent that happening, so that you don't get the owner ever there and maybe caring about their community or their surrounding neighbors. So is everybody comfortable with the no cap that we should?
Councillor DeVolen.
I can understand why you wouldn't want it open-ended, but there's so many of the properties that have already been purchased for that specific use that I say that the horse is out of the barn on that. Like, I can think of some of those lakes, Gull Lake, Canisius Lake, like there's tons of them that are, in my mind, corporately owned, and that's the business they do.
Councillor Roberts.
But to follow up, if you capped it, the bylaws in effect, and there's no grandfathering, then if you capped it at 200 days a year or something, they'd have to comply with that. So I'm not saying one way or the other. Those are the things I heard over not just this last year, this discussion, it's over the 16 years I've been on council. So I just wondered if every council is comfortable with the no cap.
Councillor Moffat, then Councillor Kennedy.
Yeah, it's a tough one, because we have heard that, and that's one of the big things people are asking us to do is delineate or make a difference between, the folks who are just trying to put a new dock on the shore versus making a living. And there are lots of people who are, but 200, if say you capped it at 200, then the person could just still make the same revenue by upping the rental. And I don't know that solves the problem. See, to me, the problem is mainly around human behavior. and a cap on number of rental nights per property isn't going to have any effect on whether people behave properly or not. So it's kind of a tough one.
Councillor Rowell.
Yeah, I don't think capping the number of nights is going to be an issue. I think we get back down to the laws of engagement for operating one and what enforcement and what kind of deterrence we're going to put in place. That way, it doesn't really matter how many days of the year you're renting it because you're compliant all the time. And most of the complaints that I get from people, whether it's once a year or whether it's 365 days a year, it's the day when they're not compliant that they're causing all kinds of trouble and everything else. The rest of the time, there's probably going to be a few people who are always going to complain about the fact that there's an entrepreneur in their neighborhood, and that's fair. They have the right to do that. But if they're following all the rules, if they're respecting the lake, if they're doing everything they need to do, it puts us in a bad position to say you can't do that. I don't know if we legally could be allowed not to, because they're compliant with everything that we want them to do. So I don't know.
Part of the equation for me in this bylaw is the link between the problems that it has created with respect to housing shortages and how we relate those two. And you know, which makes me think about the cap, because I mean, if we were allowing people to continue to buy houses solely for the purpose of, you know, 365 day a year rental unit, I mean, we're never going to solve the problem of housing shortages. I know that there's so many different aspects of what we need to do to resolve a housing shortage, but this is, to me, this is a big part of it. And maybe putting a cap on it would deter people from buying a house strictly for this purpose. But that, I mean, that's big topic. Go ahead.
In terms of housing, we might be further ahead in the various prohibitions of accessory dwellings and things like that to provide smaller, more affordable housing versus rentals. If you can't use the apartment over your garage as a short-term rental, I think that's what we're saying with the licensing part, then that leaves those open to people who think about, you know, one of our members of council who often speaks on behalf of younger families, people just starting out. And so there's different layers of housing needs. There's professionals moving in, physician recruitment who can afford and need and want a home. There's other people who just want access to their own space to get started. We can't resolve all of it, but perhaps I still think if you put a cap on nights, all the person's going to do, I would just raise the price of my rental so I could still make the same income. But we might be better off to allow that to flourish as best it can, clamp down sort of under the rules of engagement, as Councillor Ayala said, and then try to encourage the opening up of those accessory opportunities for housing.
Councillor Roberts.
Yeah, my concern was more of, you know, even if people are complying, this is for particularly waterfront properties where they do have a sense of community. You know your neighbors, you get to know your neighbors, and everybody's living with the cottage rental thing happening now, but that the ones that are available 365 days a year, there is no sense of community for these owners. They are taking, you know, what is supposed to be a seasonal residential dwelling and turning it into a commercial enterprise solely. So it's hard to put it even into words. It's a sense of community that the people buying this solely to rent them out do not have any sense of community, do not have, so I mean, you can't regulate that other than capping the number of days and hoping that the people who purchase their property use it themselves just a little bit and get to know their neighbors. And so, you know, I think we've got everything covered in the bylaw that we talked about, but other than, you know, I suppose we'll see how it goes if we don't cap it. But
Councillor Moffat.
Yeah, I think too, I don't disagree, and it's kind of a bit of a sad trombone moment, is you know, we're talking about the changes that we have to make and hiring of more staff and municipal government and governance is changing because the community is changing. And so for years it was, no, we need year-round jobs and we need more people and we need more. And now we have year-round jobs and there's more people here and we can't keep up. And so we have to live with the fact, the growing pains of the community changing the way it is. And I think that part of that, particularly in light of the pandemic, is a really sad loss of some of that sense of community anyway. I'm saying that you don't just throw the baby out with the bathwater, but I agree with you and I think it's unfortunate, but there has been and continues to be a loss of community. We've gone from cottage country to lakeside lifestyle, and that is what it is.
You know, bottom line, this issue of capping or not capping is going to be in the hands of the next council. And, you know, so I don't know that we need to dwell on it too much. I mean, but other than making a point that it's something that needs to be considered. Carry on.
I think I can promise this is the last one. Going back to section 5, I was going to take my ball and go home, but I brought it back. If there's a big change from the regulation process to the licensing process, and it's obviously, can we, just to further clarify, under the general regulations where there's all the words about garbage, the second one says that ensure the STR is operated and used in such a fashion that operation will not use or cause a breach of contravention of any municipal. Do we need to put provincial in there? Only because fire bans are usually issued by M&R, and we heard, I don't know about anybody else, but the number of times I was contacted about rental fires during fire ban just made people tear their hair out. So I don't know if that's necessary or not, because the province informs the fire chief. So it might be covered under the jurisdiction of the fire chief. But I would also ask if we could add a C that says, just to set the table for the licensing, that the general regulation will ensure that the short-term rental is operated and used in such a manner so as not to interfere with neighbors' general enjoyment. I know it's kind of a motherhood statement. I will leave it up to everyone to
He's not, you,
concur or deny.
our note taker is nodding and
Okay.
writing.
Just to set the table for what's coming down the road, because we're not hearing complaints, like I say, about steps and eavesdropping. It's about not being.
It's interesting that you raised the issue of fire, because that's when we were talking about response times. You know, that like I if somebody had a fire that was getting out of control, I know you call the fire department, but you know, that's something that needs to be responded to like right now. And I'm sure there's lots of other issues as well. Councillor Kennedy.
Councillor Moffat's brought up a good point on that 5B with the municipal and expanding it. I don't know what covers it, but I've had 3 complaints about drone use by short-term renters in the last month or so. And I don't know if.
And their
if there's-
privacy.
And their privacy. And if I don't know if there's provincial or federal regulations on the use of drones. I have no idea, but it's a good point, because I don't know, maybe you just include provincial as a motherhood statement kind of thing. So that if there is something or something coming, it's covered.
I think that's federal. So
Yeah, it is. It's a drone is almost like an aircraft. It's regulated by NAV Canada.
But is that not only with relation to proximity to airports and towers?
Well, it is. It also deals with commercial operation. So if somebody's operating commercially, they have to abide by their licensing, federal licensing requirements. But you're right. Air drones or, you know, seaplane, float plane bases, you know, there's a certain kilometer restriction for the operation of a drone, and that's only exempted if you have a commercial license. So we'd have to identify where the float plane bases are in the county and make that known to those who have drones for sure.
Float plane bases?
There's one on Cushog.
An actual formal float plane base? Because I was going to
It's-
say, isn't every lake a float plane base?
Yeah.
No, there's a registered aerodrome on Cushog Lake.
Yeah.
And so Steve's right that, and particularly in relation to Stanhope Airport, there are federal regulations for the distance within which you may fly a drone around an airport. So Algonquin Highlands would need to take particular care to ensure that any rentals within that kilometerage are told that they must say, and that needs to be more than a demerit point. So we need to somehow incorporate those idiosyncrasies that fall in certain jurisdictions.
Councillor DeVolen.
So there's legislation, but it differs. Under 250 grams, you don't have to have the license and the registration, but obviously airports and particularly provincial and federal parks, you can't do them. And the bigger ones have a chip in them that they can easily identify and do with that. Monitoring, you think noise violations are hard to police. If you want to try to capture those under 250 grams, there's not the resources in the county for us to even think about it. You can put it in paper, but you're never going to be able to do it, in my opinion. I'm an owner of one of those drones, so.
I can think of one way to put a stop to it. Yeah.
Not without going to jail yourself.
Okay, so are we, I'm sorry, go ahead, Councillor Royale.
Just one more thing bringing up is like, we have to differentiate between the things that apply to us and things that don't. For instance, if somebody gets drunk and disordered, if somebody has an assault, if somebody has theft, I don't think any short-term rental bylaw should even touch that because it's already covered off by laws that are far beyond what we would do. And I'm just wondering whether or not the drone one would fall into that same general category if there were laws in existence. Now, there would have to be a reporting program of some kind. But having said that, I don't think if two guys got into a fight in the backyard, I don't really care whether that's not our business. That should be the OPP come in and deal with it. Same thing if they're violating airspace, that would be something that whoever is responsible for enforcing that stuff should do.
Yeah, point well taken. Okay, any other concerns or issues that we want to raise at this point in time? We've given Steve a horrendous amount of food for thought, and things to sort out. The only thing I am thinking is that there might need to be a bit of a change to the resolution as it stands.
Help me. I should finish that sentence. Help me.
Because we're the resolution, according to the staff report, is that we're directing J.L. Richards to implement the recommendations. No, we're asking staff to implement the recommendations of J.L. Richards, and we're not actually doing that. It's sort of the other way around.
Right. Can I just add the term after J.L. Richards and the comments from council? So basically it's J.L. Richards document amended to incorporate council's comments and then be brought back.
Sorry, did you say you change the word implement to incorporate?
Yes.
Yeah, that would, and then bring it back.
Councillor DeVolen.
I'm saying this with a smile, considering how many times we read letter and had to come back with the shoreline preservation bylaw. So we actually had the final project. Yeah, it may make a couple of flaps with council.
Next, council. So Steve, that's all, everything that we've said is as clear as mud for you?
And the beauty of the recording session is, yes, it's crystal clear.
Thank you.
So
You want to go ahead and read?
So I'm reading before I've read it myself. So be it resolved that Haliburton County Council received the October 26, 2022 staff report entitled Haliburton Short-Term Rental Review Update for Information. that Halliburton County Council direct staff to incorporate the recommendations of its consultant, J.L. Richards, and the amendments provided by County Council as they pertain to the regulation and licensing of short-term rentals, and that staff be directed to bring revised bylaws to a meeting of council prior to the end of 2022.
Sound reasonable? Could I have a mover and a seconder for that? Mrs. Rowell and Moffett. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, we are now on to reports and minutes from external boards and agencies. Anything that you'd like to highlight, Councillor Roberts, on the health unit?
Yes, the minutes are there from September 15th, but everybody probably have received some information that the regulation for hot tubs is actually changing. So that's pretty good. Effective October 28th, there'll be different regulation for hot tubs that are basically private to that room or that cabin and that type of thing. So I won't go into detail, but their information is out there and probably received that. So that was good news. We did have a meeting last week on the 20th of October, and I just wanted to point out that two of the Halliburton staff were given long service recognition awards, Melanie Sheffy for 30 years and Kate Hall for 5 years. So that was really nice. We had a luncheon earlier than we normally would have had because of the changeover of municipal councils and the election and whatnot. I also like to just point out that it's forever changing recommendations of when you should be getting your bivalent booster and what age category you are. And so just, you know, the message is get your flu vaccine, get your whatever booster you're eligible for, get it as soon as possible. I know my husband just went into the independent a store, I shouldn't say which, easy peasy to get an appointment right now. So please continue to do that. They're very concerned that it's going to be busy flu season because we have not masking anymore. And one thing that I'll just note that Mike referenced way long ago this morning in terms of we did pass our budget at the last board meeting, and it's a 0% budget, except that it'll have an impact on Halliburton counties because it's proportionate to the population. And we had a 14% increase or almost 14% increase. And the other areas, Northumberland and City Kawartha Lakes, were less. So proportionately, we're paying our fair share. So on paper, it's going to look like it's more, but you will have received that already.
Okay.
So they can afford to do a 0% increase because we have to pay more.
No. The budget is a 0% increase.
Sounds like
And then
government
how
work to
they
me.
allocate it is based on population. Our population went up. So therefore the amount is going up. And maybe I'm just not an
No, you're right.
accountant, but I've tried to
Can
explain
I-
it as best I can.
Our proportionate share, they're collecting the same amount of money as they did, but our proportionate share has gone up because our population has gone up considerably more than our counterparts in Northumberland and City of Kawartha Lakes. If I could just build on that a little, because 4 of you won't care about this at all, but 4 will. That's one of the challenges. And I can remember council, it might even been the previous council, talking a lot about this around the OPP billing reform. It seems that when we are allocated based on population, we lose. When we are, and anyway, it's too late in the day. Long story short to say, when we're doing our budget this year, our assessment has gone up about 0.8%, or we estimate it'll be about 0.8%. We're not seeing large assessment growth. That's about normal in about what we've been seeing every year. But where we are allocated costs, especially where they are based out on proportion. So in our case, our health unit levy went up $60,000 plus, and that $200,000 is a 1% tax increase. So when you think about it, we're not seeing large assessment increase, but we're seeing large population increases, which come with increased service demands, more pressures on our infrastructure, more pressures on our services, but we're not seeing the assessment growth to come with that. So, I think I know Councillor Moffett has talked about this a lot, about, an advocacy group or whatever, but it seems that, the province really needs to do things differently, or a place like Halliburton is going to be impacted significantly in the future as we see population growth, but that's not coming with assessment increases to go with it. I'll stop.
As the Halliburton County Health Unit rep, I was like reading the report as one does and say, 0% budget increase. That's really good. And then I went down, saw the allocation to Halliburton County. And I'm like, what's, sorry. Good news, bad news.
I will say I did offer the CAOs of both Northumberland and Kawartha Lakes the opportunity to do the right thing and help out their poorer cousins, and they said they would not do that. So
It's not very charitable.
I know, yeah.
Thank you. That's it for the health unit. Okay, Councillor Shell, anything on that point in time?
Full disclosure, I actually missed the meeting last night, but I did look at the agenda ahead and it was mostly policy based once again. So my head was a little full from the day before. So I actually did miss, but I can't think of anything that's been new going on, but if anybody has any questions, I can find out.
Thank you. Okay, as to the Warden's Caucus, I had really tried to get to the last meeting and was unsuccessful. I believe at this time they are working primarily on the big idea for housing and some kind of a presentation to upper levels of government. That's one of their main focuses, and I look forward to hearing a little bit more about that going forward. Anything for the JAC committee? Okay, and we heard from professional recruitment. Library board, any updates that you'd like to give us on the library board?
Just, well, we noticed in the reserves this morning that the van won't be available until 2023, which is unfortunate, but I think that's going to be really exciting for the library to be able to have their own vehicle, use it for programming, obviously, but also distribution of materials throughout the large county and the area. We did look at our budget. I believe it has to still come back for final approval at our November 9th meeting, but I believe the CEO was involved already in some pre-budget discussions here at the county and submitted a sort of, placeholder number in there. We passed our strategic plan, so that's pretty exciting. And that's readily available. Is that on our, I should check if it's even on the library website up already. I'm not 100% sure on that. And internally, we're just finalizing the CEO performance evaluation that's coming together. So one more meeting, November 9th.
Thank you. Okay, could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the reports and minutes from external boards and agencies? Councillor Kennedy, Councillor Moffat. Thank you.
Moved by Councillor Kennedy, seconded by Councillor Moffat, be it resolved that Halliburton County Council receives for information the following: the approved minutes from the September 15th, 2022 Halliburton Kawartha Pine Ridge District Health Unit Board of Health meeting, the approved minutes from the July 26, 2022 meeting of Point in Time Center for Children, Youth and Parents, and the approved minutes from the September 21st and the draft minutes from the October 12th, 2022 meetings of the Halliburton County Public Library Board.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is the Land Division Committee. We'll bring Mr. Stone back.
Thank you, Madam Chair, to the rest of council. So we were able to process 8 reports with recommendations to committee, and they approved all applications. Out of the 8 applications, 3 were for new lots and 5 for lot additions. Thank you.
Did you want to speak to the one anomaly that we talked about, Steve, or no?
Sure, if the warden would like. So we have an odd policy in the county official plan and 3 of the 4 local official plans, and it's a discouraging policy. It says it tries to create a buffer of 1,000 meters around all the settlement areas, and it will only allow for lot creation where there's existing lots with the similar type of land use, for example, rural residential lots, and you can do infilling in between those lots. So in the situation that was presented to committee at the last meeting, there was a situation where it didn't meet the real test of infilling, and so staff recommended refusal because it was within that 1,000-meter buffer and was a policy constraint. And committee looked at all circumstances, including the petition of the applicant and in the end decided to approve the application subject to conditions. We certainly have at the staff level identified it as a policy that really does need to be looked at. Typically, you would look at policies like that when you do a review. And at this point, the official plan still has about another year or two of life to it. But certainly we can, shall I say, take a more of a liberal approach to interpreting that policy and see, at the staff level, determine whether or not the intent of the policy is being undermined or not when we look at these applications. Thank you.
The argument that was made by the committee was with respect to the fact that we're so short of housing that we need to loosen up and think a little bit outside of the box, and that this policy in some instances might hamper the ability to see more housing developed. Go ahead, Councillor Roberts.
Yeah, so I actually heard about this and ended up watching that portion of the meeting, which was really interesting. And it actually, the requested severance wasn't that big, but it still is on a fairly large piece of property. So if you say that, that's what was going to be my question, is should the county be reviewing that section only and doing their own OPA amendment, or do you wait till the official plan is time? How will applicants in other townships know that this may be the more liberal approach taken? I believe Warden Danielson, as chairperson of that, you mentioned you have a situation in Algonquin Highlands where this could be an issue. And I certainly know, and you brought up there's one in the municipality of Dysart where.
And there's one in the municipality of Minden.
In Minden. Well, this was in Minden, but you see the difference in why it came to land division is because Minden doesn't have it in their OP. So the person in Dysart applying, the applicant using a planner, got turned down right at Dysart and says this will not be approved. So at the local levels, they're getting stopped before it's coming to the land division. I did hear the applicant speak and she was just about in tears because they had gone so far with Minden Hills Council and had no idea. So the only reason this sort of came forward to land division is because Minden doesn't have it in the OP.
Well, and what you might have heard was us suggesting that maybe the county needs to look at their OP now, not waiting for the 2 years, which would require us all to make the same change to loosen this up.
But in the meantime, if there's an application waiting in the wings or already say got turned down at Dysart or not turned down because it didn't even come forward, staff said, no, we won't even receive this application. How will that get communicated back?
Can I?
Yes, go ahead.
I would, so it's not a case of staff saying no, I mean, they won't even accept applications. It's actually, we go through a pre-consultation process with applicants and we indicate which policies are in effect and are there any red flags. So that obviously this one in Dysart came up as a red flag because both in Dysart's official plan as well as the county. And we present that information to the applicant and they really decide whether or not they wanted to then go through and spend another $1,300 to apply to the county, knowing that they have lack of support from township staff. It doesn't, the Planning Act doesn't preclude people from applying, even if they get indication through the consultation process that there may be some policies that are difficult to surmount. You can still apply. And that was the case with the Minden Hills application, the Carlington one that was, we did have a frank discussion with the applicant and they were quite prepared to move forward and have a chance to explain their case in front of committee. And at the end of the day, committee listened and made a decision that was different than what was being recommended by the county planner. So that's it in a nutshell. I think the one at Dysart went through the pre-consultation process, and that's where it stalled because they received preliminary comments that there was a policy conflict. Doesn't preclude them from applying. It just means they have to, buyer beware, so to speak. They have to pay the $1,300 and hope that it's honestly reviewed by staff and committee, and the right decision is made at that point.
Councillor Roberts, then Councillor Moffat, then Councillor.
Yeah, I just want to
Devon.
thank Steve Stone for that clarification. I really appreciate that.
Councillor Moffat.
Yeah, so I think it's important just to piggyback on what Councillor Roberts, the question she asked is, we had the situation in Algonquin Highlands where, yep, it stalled at the Algonquin Highlands table. Who now goes and tells Sean O'Callahan to advise those people? Like, is it going to get stalled? Are those people stuck with what's at Algonquin Highlands? Or are you saying they can, notwithstanding Algonquin Highlands denial based on its planning documentation, those people can go over Algonquin Highlands, come to the county, and based on this decision, find resolution for their initial request? Is that the case?
Well, they can certainly go through the pre-consultation process at Algonquin Highlands. Then they can decide whether or not they are going to apply to the county to have their day in front of the committee for a decision. They'll go through a similar review process at the county level because we're the planners that report to the committee with a recommendation. So they can apply, even though they didn't get the answer they were looking for at the township level.
Right, and they didn't. What I want to know is who tells them. They've been shut down at the Algonquin Highlands level.
Yeah.
Someone needs to say, hey, the county made a different decision. You should try again.
Yeah.
Who is going to tell the applicants that they can try again?
So nowadays, what we're doing here is we'll have a joint consultation with applicants, and we'll explain where they're at in terms of policy conformity. And we do explain the process that even though this is a policy deterrent, you can apply, but here's the risks of applying. But you can apply, fill out your application and submit the fee, and then we can go through the normal process of circulating the application and then presenting it to committee. And that's where the decision can be made.
I'm assuming that the planners are still meeting on a regular basis from all the municipalities.
Sorry, I didn't
Are
quite hear
the
that.
planners from the municipalities all still continuing to meet together with yourself?
Yeah, yes, we do it through the service review, but we also meet outside of that forum to have quarterly discussions as planning colleagues. And then we'll meet more or less on a weekly basis with individuals, just talking about various things, including interpretation of policy like this one.
So I would just hope that you would have a discussion about this, which would trigger, any individual planner. There was a difference in the applications, and because in Minden Hills, their bylaw does not include that requirement. So it was approved in Minden Hills to come forward to the county. Whereas in Algonquin Highlands, because it's in our bylaw, it was turned down, and they needed to be advised that they could carry on. Councillor DeVolen.
Well, I think it points out we used to have voluntary pre-consultation and changed to mandatory, so that all of the processes and risk and explanation, that there's a lower tier in the county involved in it, so that they know the path through it and how it may or may not work. I mean, in the best situation, there's agreement at both levels, but sometimes there isn't, and to lay the facts and or the cost of process out with them, and then they can make an informed decision of what way in terms of their time and money they're willing to risk. So and whether we do or don't have a compulsory element, in some situations our OP might be stronger if we had it, but sometimes there's maneuvering room, the fact that we don't have it. So whether it's a bless or a curse that we don't have it, I would say it would depend on the case.
Well, and each application is different, you know, I mean, there could be that some different circumstances. You know, when you look at the two of the applications that we looked at, one was in the very bottom corner of a big parcel of land. The other was in the very middle of a big parcel of land, which would, you know, hamper any larger development taking place. Mr. Redder.
So not really in my wheelhouse with planning, as you know, but the only thing I would, and I don't know why I'm thinking this, and I should ask Steve, but if it's a requirement of the province through a provincial policy statement or other provincial regulation that policy be in our OP, the 3 municipalities have brought their OPs into, I've updated them and they're in, you know, basically in compliance with the county's OP. Then if it's based in provincial policy, then it would be very difficult to make that change. So again, Steve and I have done a little emailing back and forth here, but not, if I'm not really clear, but I just want to exercise a little caution. If it's there because the province says it has to be there and Minden Hills hasn't updated their plan, that's why it's still something that's flexible there. That's different than if it's just in there because we thought that was a good idea, then it can be amended. Sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
So
Steve.
if I may, provincial policy encourages, obviously they encourage development to locate in the settlement areas, and they also discourage land forms that actually prevent the logical or efficient expansion of settlement areas. So when our current official plan was drafted, that it was approved by the province in 2015. So that type of policy would have its genesis back in the 2014 provincial policy statement. So at the time when they approved the plan, that policy was there, it wasn't modified, it was acceptable to the province based on section 1.1.1 of the provincial policy statement at the time. But it doesn't mean that we can't look at and further refine, say, and we've asked this question to our colleagues here in the county, is the 1,000 meters appropriate for our area? I often call this policy a Southern Ontario policy that sounded good down by London, but somehow made it into some of the rural planning documents elsewhere in Ontario. And it may be that 1,000 meters is too big, and it may not be appropriate at all, given that we might have 100 years worth of expansion opportunities in our settlements. So that's why we would do a review, study it, and ask for input from all the planning colleagues, as well as the public and council.
Well, and it may be if the province put that in place in, you know, that many years ago. Since then, they've brought in the More Homes Act,
Mhm.
which to me would offer some opportunity for change there.
Mhm.
See, Councillor DeVolen.
And I would argue potentially different than the rest of the county, that the 1,000 meter on the Highway 35 corridor with the potential to be fully serviced, that it's completely appropriate.
There you go. Councillor Ryle.
It sounds like we've come to the conclusion that things aren't right. And at the end of the day, something should be done about it. So my question is, what are we going to do about it? The question now is, obviously, this council can't do anything about it, but how do we earmark it so that the incoming council is made aware of it and it becomes a priority? Hopefully in the first quarter, they at least look at it to determine whether or not what should be done.
Well, there are a number of us here that will be continuing on county council and would be able to bring that forward. But we've also asked Steve to speak with his peers and to look into the best direction that we should take.
As long as it comes up again, that's all I'm worried about.
It will, believe me.
Yeah, if I may, we certainly, we had a meeting yesterday with a potential developer, and I explained to them that we are actually the green tape people, not the red tape people. And with this particular policy, what I can promise county council that we'll certainly make an honest effort to look at whether we can be interpret it in a flexible way to not have a problem with lot creation that's in close proximity to the villages. So in the case with the one that went through Minden Hills, one of the it was right next door to the Minden Hills settlement area, but it was well removed from any sort of existing servicing. The one that was approved by Land Division Committee in October, it was in Minden Hills, but it was adjacent to the Halliburton Village. And one of the ways of interpreting more flexible in the future would be to say that we don't anticipate the village of Halliburton expanding west into Minden Hills. Therefore, we probably don't have a problem with one severance on a large frontage. So that's, again, what we promised to do as we review applications is to give it an honest interpretation in order to be the green tape planning department. So thank you.
I like that. Councillor Kennedy.
I think just the flexibility to deal with it on a case-by-case basis. I think that if we had that, that would suffice rather than trying to really rough the waters up.
Well, we need to determine if we have that flexibility. Okay, could I have a mover and a seconder to approve the land division report? Councillors Roberts and Burton.
Moved by Councillor Roberts, seconded by Councillor Burton. Be it resolved that Halliburton County Council received the October 26, 2022 report entitled Land Division Activity Report for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Any update from Good Roads, Mr. Burton?
I don't today.
Okay. Anything that you'd like to bring us from Eorn, Councillor DeVolen?
Without getting in trouble, I would say pay particular attention in early November for some information announcement, and I'm looking most particular at Councillor Kennedy as give it. I should redo that. Anyways, look forward to early in November, an announcement that relates to Eorn and connectivity that answers some of the questions that many of you had, including Councillor Kennedy.
Well, we look forward to that. Thank you. Anything on poverty reduction? I'm assuming you're probably going to say no.
No, and I made this step. No, and I'll make this statement again. Given the evolution of community safety and well-being, the poverty reduction roundtable, and I'm not saying that it should be the demise of it, but I think the evolution of where it's going, the community and safety well-being is probably the more appropriate mechanism for municipal involvement. And I could say Mayor-elect Doug Emsley in the city of Kawartha Lakes has a similar notion of this as well. So expect that to be part of the conversation here and in the city of Kawartha Lakes, that the world's kind of changed. And I'm not saying that that body will go away, but how we integrate with those groups, I think is about to change with the community safety and well-being going forward. So I don't expect that there'll be a need or a call, and it's up to the judgment of the next council, but the participation there, I just think the world has moved on.
Councillor Moffat.
Speaking of community safety and well-being, if that, well, even if it doesn't happen, even if poverty reduction in its current form does not, if it stays in its current form, the safety and well-being plan should probably be added to the agenda. And the first meeting of the safety and well-being plan, the advisory group, is next Monday. But I don't know if there's an opportunity to just have a chat about that on the 9th, or if you have to open the procedural bylaw and add it before you can have a chat about it. I don't know, but I'll just leave that with you. Just might be an opportunity if anybody's interested that we're having the first meeting in a couple of days.
Look forward to hearing about the success of that meeting. Okay, I guess we're on to other business. Are there any questions, errors, omissions on the meeting calendar for November? You'll see that we have meetings on the 9th, 22nd, and 23rd. Yes, by
Can
all
I
means.
ask a question of council? That really doesn't affect this council, it affects the next council, but Council will recall that I brought a report forward because we have a nomination process for the warden's position. I brought a report forward a few months ago that basically set up a meeting schedule to accommodate that process. We had scheduled our inaugural for 2 p.m. on the 22nd, the Tuesday. Dysart and Highlands East have council meetings that day. I guess, should we plan to move that to the evening of the 22nd? What are your, I don't know.
That's pretty tight. I would say yes. I mean, we had a tradition of the evening meeting for a long time.
Yeah, it's always been afternoon in my time here, but we can change it, but we might as well change it now rather than you know.
I can't see why 7 o'clock wouldn't work.
Councilor Moffat?
Keeper of history. It was changed due to it being an evening meeting and then having to drive, the Highlands East folks having to drive, especially if there was bad weather. That's why it was changed. Because they're back to back.
Because we come back at 9 o'clock the
Next morning, yeah. That's just a piece of information, that's all.
Councilor Roberts?
I recall this happened one other time, and I respectfully request to the county that we could change because Dysart had a council meeting on inauguration day. And I think it was at 4 or something like that.
4.
It's at 4. So, you know, it could move 4 or 5 o'clock. Inauguration is generally a 40-minute meeting. And then a little reception after. So, I mean, you know, I won't be here, but at 5 o'clock would probably give ample time for people to finish their Dysart council meetings and the Highlands East meeting and still get here in time instead of 7, just 5.
I vote for 4. You know, still daylight. If that sounds, can we go for 4?
Sure. We'll be done. We'll be done.
Cease? Lisa? Yeah, okay. 4 o'clock.
4 it is.
It depends on whether there's alcohol.
Warden.
Yes.
Not that a lot of people check the calendar, but Dysart et al. Does not have a committee of the whole meeting on November 8th. We're officially finished our meetings.
Okay, that's why we bring the calendar to the meetings. Okay. Thank you. All right, now into another piece of business, single tier waste management service delivery review. And we have Tanya and Andrea bringing this to us. Hello again.
Hello again. As you may recall, staff were directed at the November 3rd service delivery review meeting last year to prepare and release an RFP for the integrated waste management program. That RFP was distributed September 1st of this year with only one proposal received at the time of closing from Cambium Incorporated. This proposal was reviewed and evaluated by the evaluation committee, which included waste management representatives from each municipality. Their proposal has met all of the required specifications, and therefore staff are recommending the RFP be awarded to them.
Questions, comments? Could I have a mover and a seconder to accept that recommendation? Councilors DeVolen and Chow.
Moved by Counselor DeVolen, seconded by Counselor Shell. Be it resolved that Halliburton County Council receives for information the staff report on the single tier waste management service delivery review RFP results, and that Halliburton County Council directs staff to enter into an agreement with Cambium Incorporated for the provision of a service delivery model for single tier waste management services within the county of Halliburton. And finally, that staff be directed to present a bylaw authorizing the warden and the clerk to execute the said agreement on behalf of the county of Halliburton.
All in favor? That's carried. The next item is a report on water quality monitoring. And I'm assuming that that's just being provided to us for information.
Yes.
Does anybody have any question or comment on that? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive that report? Councilors Kennedy and Moffat.
Moved by Counselor Kennedy, seconded by Counselor Moffat. Be it resolved that Halliburton County Council receives for information the Q3 report from ULinks and Woodlands and Waterways EcoWatch, providing updates on the Halliburton Water Quality Monitoring Pilot Project.
All in favor? That's carried. It's my understanding that the next item is being deferred to the meeting on the 9th. For further information and clarification.
I sent the wrong document to Mike. This is like 4 versions ago. This is the very first cut and paste of the different organizations I've been working with. It's just not. So add Carol's
Yeah,
list.
add
That's
that.
right. Add Carol's list. Chocolate, a pony, new shoes. No, yeah. So my
And a
apologies.
unicorn.
A complete gaffe on my part, and my apologies. And what sadly is I'm desperately looking in here. I'm in the cloud, so I can get to my desktop. I can't find it. I'm thinking, oh my God. My apologies. All it is just it's going to be just to you still support the general idea. Can you see how other things will tuck into it? And then what happens after that is up to the next folks.
We look forward to that discussion at our next meeting.
I sure you do.
Councillor DeVolen.
Well, Counselor Moffat has proven that she's human, just like the rest of us.
Indeed.
As are we all. Okay, I guess I would like a mover and a seconder to go into closed session
Could I
as amended.
add, before we go in, add one item to the agenda, which is, well, the reason under the Municipal Act is a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or behalf of the municipality or local board with respect to the detachment board formation.
Is council in agreement to that addition? Okay, so mover and a seconder to go into closed with the agenda amended. Councillors DeVolen and Roberts.
Moved by Counselor DeVolen, seconded by Counselor Roberts. Be it resolved that Halliburton County Council entered into closed session for the following reasons: personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiation carried on or to be carried or by on or behalf of the municipality or local board.
All in favor? It's carried. Where did that come from?
Sounded very godlike to me. I'm just-
Okay, welcome back to the open session of council. So we now have the approval of the bylaws. So first is the bylaw to appoint an auditor. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillors DeVolen and Ryle.
Moved by Counselor DeVolen, seconded by Counselor Ryle. Be it resolved that bylaw 4129, being a bylaw to appoint an auditor for the corporation of the county of Halliburton, be considered to be read a first, second, third time, finally passed, and the seal of the corporation be affixed.
All in favor? It's carried. Next is a bylaw to authorize the winter maintenance agreements. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillors Roberts and Kennedy.
Moved by Counselor Roberts, seconded by Counselor Kennedy. Be it resolved that bylaw 4130, being a bylaw to authorize the execution of agreements for winter maintenance services with the various municipalities in the county of Halliburton, be considered to be read a first, second, third time, finally passed, and the seal of the corporation be affixed.
All in favor? It's carried. Next is a bylaw to execute an agreement for mutual assistance agreement with the District of Muskoka. Mover and a seconder. Councillor Shell and Burton.
I should say, before I go read this one, we did end up with there's a change to the bylaw or to the agreement. Muskoka, there was a cap on what they could actually approve at the staff level on reimbursement. So we had asked for a certain amount based on our percentages, and they had to cap that. So they couldn't quite come to the amount that we did. But at the end of the day, we believe it'll happen so rarely and would be such a small number, we didn't think it would be worth. But it is, the agreement we execute will be a little different in that sense. Be it resolved that bylaw 4131, being a bylaw to authorize the execution of a mutual assistance agreement with the District of Muskoka, be considered to be read a first, second, third time, finally passed, and the seal of the corporation be affixed.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is a bylaw to adopt emergency management program and emergency response plan. Mover and seconder, Councillor DeVolen, Councillor Rao.
Moved by Councillor DeVolen, seconded by Councillor Ryle. Be it resolved that bylaw 4132, being a bylaw to adopt an emergency management program and emergency response plan and to meet other requirements under the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act, be considered to be read a first, second, third time, finally passed, and the seal of the corporation be affixed.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is the bylaw to authorize the agreement with Kestrel Forestry. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Kennedy and Moffat, thank you.
Moved by Councillor Kennedy, seconded by Councillor Moffat. Be it resolved that bylaw 4133, being a bylaw to authorize the execution of an agreement with Kestrel Forestry Consulting, be considered to be read a first, second, third time, finally passed, and the seal of the corporation be affixed.
All in favor? Is there any notice of motions? Hearing none. Could I have a mover and a seconder for the confirming bylaw? Councillor Shell, Councillor Roberts.
Moved by Councillor Shell, seconded by Councillor Roberts. Be it resolved that bylaw 4134, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the October 26, 2022 meeting of Haliburton County Council, be considered to be read a first, second, third time, finally passed, and the seal of the corporation be affixed.
All in favor? And last but not least, could I have a motion to adjourn? Councillor Kennedy, Councillor Ryle, thank you.
Moved by Councillor Kennedy, seconded by Councillor Ryle. Be it resolved that the October 26, 2022 meeting of Haliburton County Council be adjourned.
All in favor? Carried. Stand adjourned.